Hello? Hello, guys. Sorry I'm late. Oh, where was I? Sorry it took a while there. Let me just take a few minutes to gather some references here. I'm only doing a commission work today, so nothing too exciting. I'm probably set up a canvas. Haven't set up the canvas just yet. I'm also missing my glasses. Where are my glasses? But anyways, let's just chill for a bit. Before we start. I'm also just gonna do a sketch today anyways, so. You bought Clip Studio X, how is it any better than the regular one? I always have X. I only picked the X one because of animation. The Pro one, it's kind of limited on the animation part. You can only animate 1 second of animation to it, I think. I'm not sure anymore. But if you don't want to deal with all the shenanigans that's going on with the animation, you don't need the X version. I'm not sure if X also has like exclusives when it comes to comic functions. But all I know is that they're different because of the animation functions. Oh, and in all honesty, I just recommend you just using the Pro version. There's actually no need to unless you're really into animation. If you don't want to be limited. But in all honesty, you can't really animate something really big on Clip Studio anyways. Because it gets so laggy up to 10 seconds of animation. It's just too laggy for me. It may be a different thing if your computer is much more beefier. But for the most part, it's kind of useless. You're only limited to animating 5 seconds of clips anyway. Especially to anime. You're not really gonna animate anything huge unless they completely trust you with something. Or you're literally animating a whole scene that is running for more than 30 seconds. But those are quite rare. Those are quite rare instances. Those are considered the money shots. Hold up, I'm just finding my watermark. There we go. Also, is the light version kind of blinding you guys? Because I much prefer this. I mean, I actually do not fucking care about the interface. But I usually don't like really dark interfaces because I cannot see shit. And my room isn't so dark anymore, but still kind of dark anyways. But my old room, like downstairs, was really fucking dark, so I need some fucking brightness somewhere, or else I'm not gonna see anything. Anyways, where's my pen? How did you change the entire thing to gray? You go to the preferences and then interface. That's where you can edit it. Bro, why is it so bright? I like the light version, alright? Because I can't see shit when it comes to the dark mode. Also, I just wanna use my old interface because it's fun. Anyways, hold up. Because I was chatting my friends for a bit there. Also, I might just take this. I just might take this one slow. There's really no point to me rushing, to be honest. Wait, there's a light mode in Clip Studio Paint? Yeah. Surprisingly. Also, just to change things up, so everything doesn't look like the same. Hold up. I'm just trying to do some drafts. My commission is first. Oh yeah, I'm just doing your commissions today. This is like using light mode on Discord. Isn't Discord much more worse? Because to me, at least this isn't too bright, I guess. I mean, it's bright, but at least it's not too bright. But Discord's light mode, when I checked it out, it was just too fucking bright. I can't. I just wish there's like an option for like gray. You know, just a gray. Not too light, not too dark. Because if it's too dark, I wouldn't see the shit I wouldn't see the tools basically. I wouldn't see all of this. Like I remember using Blender, I guess. Using Blender and then what was that other app? Probably an Adobe one. An Adobe software or whatever. And I just remember it being too dark for me. And I couldn't see shit. Actually, let's just do the poses first. Posing with the sword. I might draw really lazy today because I have like 0 energy and it's like fucking 50 degrees here. Just yesterday it was fucking cold because there's a typhoon and shit. And now it's suddenly fucking hot again. I can't. This weather, man. Gallo, welcome. But yeah, it's so fucking hot today. And I just went outside for like... We also went to the city. And going to the city is like hell. There's no trees and shit. It's full of cars and vehicles, so it's gonna be hot. 40 degrees Celsius. Minimum. I'm using Celsius, by the way. People still use Fahrenheit. Why do people use Fahrenheit? I still can't. Even our science subject hates fucking using that. Like our general chemistry. Oh, I shouldn't be drawing the muscles, to be honest. Forgot about that. Yeah, we just use Celsius. Nobody used Fahrenheit here. This might be boring for you guys because I'm just I'm really drawing really lazily. Like I have 0 focus, so I'm just gonna draw really fucking slow and I'm chatting with you guys. So I'm like double slowed down. But I don't mind it. I don't have that much to do today. But rest, because rest is always awesome. I'm not sure if I should exaggerate anything here also. Also, there's no point to be no point to be super fucking clean. It's not boring. Drawing along with you is chatting. How's this boring? It might bore some people because I'm just really drawing slowly, and it feels like nothing is happening. Also, you might hear the fucking chicken again. Swear to God. It's like every around this hour. Keep using less than 1% of power and draws a near perfect anatomy. It's not perfect, to be honest. It's not accurate, but it's enough, basically. We were supposed to go to the bank today, but my God, going to a city this temperature, it already got the gas beat. So we're just like gonna do it tomorrow, or I don't know. We might still go today. I can order a hitman against that chicken if you want. I'm down. I'm perfectly down. Actually, I think before someone attempted to steal that chicken. Here's the thing. Cocks or chickens, roosters, are a huge deal apparently here. You guys familiar with the cockfight? It sounds weird, I know. It's a bunch of roosters just fighting. It's kind of like the equivalent of like watching two dogs fight, except it's chickens and roosters. Being crowds of people in the city when it's hot is asking for it. Yeah, and we also have a lot of what do you call it? Have a lot of like cases of kidnapping. Usually, most of them are females. The victims, I mean, all the time, it's always the female. It's always the girls. Typically young adults. It's always the white band. Stay away from the white band. And the fact that there's so many misinformation on Facebook, again, people here still uses Facebook, unlike as their main thing. So, and you know, fake news is like a huge fucking shit there. It's a cesspool of like degeneracy. People are spreading misinformation. I mean, probably those news are true, because they're quite rampant recently. But the fact that it's not also getting notified or not being dealt as like a huge thing, it kind of sucks. So yeah, it's kind of like not ideal to go out recently. Kidnapping. Why is it so wild over there? Sheesh. Yeah, it's a huge fucking thing. Like imagine Mexico, but a kind of like beta version of Mexico here. High case of chicken kidnapping. Wait, what? Not that one, but that also happens. Surprisingly, people do still rob roosters. But yeah, most of it is like most of the kidnappings victims are like girls, young adults. Most of it are like going to school apparently. Most of them are college students. It's always the college students, man. Already going through so much shit, and they're like have to deal with this dangerous fucking environment. I mean, it's always a thing here, actually. It's just not people don't fucking care anymore. Unless they're the victim. Dude, this dude is looking a bit thick and wide, but I'll change it later. Oh, that kidnapping. Sorry, I misheard about the chicken kidnapping. I mean, that also happens. So, you're still kinda good. But yeah, it sucks to be here. And crime always has been like going crazy all the time. And I think I read something on Twitter like basically, a local from here. And their shit got stolen, like phone, wallets and all that. And then they go to the police, of course, to report of what happened. And then the police were like, ma'am, just forget about it. Deadass, that's the line they said. I'm just translating though. Deadass, that's the line they fucking said. Like, all of your fucking valuables got fucking stolen. And they're just like, oh, just forget about it, man. Oop, unlucky. Try again next time. Be safer. Deadass doing nothing about it. That's how it sucks to be here. It may or may not apply to every location from here, but regardless, one problematic fucking issue is enough to prove how shitty it is. Like, I don't know why. Isn't it their job to like report that shit? Like, how difficult for you to like do some paperwork? Did you save enough money to get out of there? Unfortunately, no. Again, it depends on the city. There's one city that is actually quite nice, has good government, has good locals, but it's fucking far from here. but paying to like live in a nice city, nice location, I'm down. I'm fucking down to move. Like, I don't fucking care how shit I am on living on my own. I don't care. If it's for the safety and like fucking peace of mind, hell yeah, I'll send me up. But there's also cities that you have to be fucking cautious on walking. Deadass, if you're just crossing the street, be fucking cautious. I think back then when I had like this English teacher or advisor, she once got to the central city here in this country, main city. She just fucking crossed the street, and her phone and wallet already got lost. She was just I think she was using a tote bag, and that's uh, pro tip: don't fucking use a tote bag on the city. It sucks that you have to like be cautious and have to adapt this all of this bullshit. But if it's for your safety, it's for your safety. It sucks. The English teacher that was a math teacher. Nah. This one is like an actual decent fucking teacher. She's actually the one that actually encouraged me to like join journalism. I'm not even into journalism, but she knew I was good at fucking drawing, so she insisted I go into like competitions and shit. But yeah, A plus teacher, and she was also fucking young, like she's only a few years older than us. She was like a new teacher also. But yeah, all of, like her fucking valuables just got fucking stolen just from crossing the street. People got really good hands there. Sneaky hands. How much would it cost to go to that city in USD? Let me actually check. The place is called Iloilo. Iloilo City. Yeah, a first class, highly urbanized city. Where is my Google Maps? It's like... Holy shit. It's a fucking island, Olin. Oh my god. I need to either take a boat or a fucking plane. So basically I live in Luzon. So it's kind of like our main land. And it's like on the top of the Philippines. Like that's where most of like the main city is located and all that shit. And then we have other two regions like Visayas and Mindanao. And this city that I'm like describing that is actually pretty nice is on Visayas, which is like the middle part. The middle part of our country, and the middle part of our country is just a bunch of islands. And kind of dangerous, low-key dangerous. I mean, it's always dangerous to live in an island. If you're living in an island, expect earthquakes much more often, typhoon, and a lot of volcanic eruptions. And earthquakes. But that's pretty common to islands. Let me just wear this because our homeboy is looking thick. I always tend to draw the characters much more thicker than usual. Let me adjust this. And yeah. And trains is like, imagine crowded trains from Japan, but it's not, the train is not advanced as Japan. So it's shittier, always breaks halfway. And the line is insane. I'm gonna find the handle. Ooh. I'm having errors. For some reason. So, if I take a plane, planes here typically cost around 20k basically 50k pesos. So that's like almost $1,000. Let's just have a rough budget of like, so it's roughly $2,000 in order for me to move there. But I'm also thinking of like moving to basically this region is known for like being the coldest region here in our country. That's where we get our strawberries and shit. Really nice. Really good. We also went for vacation there, but I remember having a shit time there for some reason. Because we go there for like around December, around my birthday, so. And typically December is like the most terrible time to go on a vacation because every place is crowded, for sure. Everything is crowded. Everything is fully booked. You're bound to have shit time there. Like I remember the park being so fucking full of people. The thing about crowds, they don't make me uncomfortable, but they do make me annoyed. That's what I feel about it. Like I don't mind being in crowded places, but when it comes to the point where it gets way too crowded, like way too many people surrounding the place, that's where it kind of feels like annoying to me. Especially the women's bathroom. Holy fuck. Like the line is so fucking crazy on the women's bathroom. Like bro, it's so terrible. You better have like a urethra that is built like a fucking god, or else you're gonna fall in line for 30 minutes. But it's always nice. It's a nice place. It's very cold. Like we don't need air conditioning. And walking to the city is actually a pleasing thing. Because walking to a city here, near here, is like fucking hell. Especially with that temperature. But if you're in the coldest region, that's probably heaven. Like, I cannot appreciate the parks here. I mean, parks are quite fucking rare anyways here. I don't know why. Even public libraries. Oh shit, I forgot to mention Soren is left-handed. Oh, I can just flip this. Boom, fixed. I can just flip it. That's fine. Oh yeah, I also noticed that I got so used to drawing characters facing this way instead of this way. I think there are other artists that just cannot draw characters facing in a certain way. I much recommend you to like train yourself being able to draw either way where the character is facing, so in that way you don't have to like face that sort of problem. But yeah, I'm much more comfortable drawing characters facing this instead of this. But it's not a huge thing. Not a huge thing. Well, for me that is. Other other artists need to draw it in a certain way that they're used to, and then just flip it. Oh, we're drawing swords again. I think this is why one of the reasons also I stopped drawing swords, characters with swords. I have to I have to face I have to face this problem. Sometimes you just get used to one side. It's kind of like being right and left-handed. Yeah, and that's also true. Oh, so like the JoJo artist has a problem with a certain angle. Really? I actually didn't know that. I think uh I saw one manga artist that just cannot draw in that way. He has to flip the whole thing. But yeah, it's not a huge deal, especially if you get the tools to like maneuver and like edit it anyways. So it's not a huge deal. It's only a huge deal if you're drawing traditionally. That's where you can't flip things. You have to be creative to find a way to make it work. Like I'm always used to this angle or this way. The characters are like facing. So far it's not a huge deal for me since I can draw the characters facing this way anyways. It's a good thing I trained for that. But I still do get like preference or just, discovering me that I always often draw in that way. And my laptop's getting hot already. Do I want to do this angle again? Also, I have no idea what the poses would look like. So, just make way. Oh yeah, I've been wondering to sell prints, but I don't know which. Where do I go for it? Like what site or what brand it would be. Maybe I'll apply so you guys can have like physical copies of my artworks. Unlike me. Man, you just can't beat physical and tangible stuff. That's that's what I still don't understand about NFT. Maybe in animation, yeah, you can't really get a tangible animation. But when it comes to artworks, bro, just buy prints. They're fucking immaculate. I guess they're just trying to cut costs and shit, but isn't like crypto also expensive? So it really just doesn't make sense to me. Like why go these extra steps? Like why? When you can just, I don't know, actually get the tangible stuff. But again, I guess I just don't have the collector mindset. Because often collectors are the ones like buying this stuff. Maybe I should sign up for like for a print shop for you guys to like get to buy my artworks. But I don't know what what and which artworks you guys would like to buy now. Cause I just don't want to just print out the random ones. Little Ronky, welcome. Yeah, I'm not doing much today. I'm literally turtling to this sketch. Like I just keep getting distracted by other stuff. It's one of those times where I'm often I'm open to be distracted and not focus on like the task I'm doing. Because focusing on one task is just grueling, I guess, to your mentality. It's much more draining. Have money. With the sword. Okay. Time to another. Also, I think the most difficult angle to draw the head is like going upwards or leaning upwards. It would always be difficult to do it. Like even I still struggle with it. That's okay, I'm having a day off today. I don't feel like working on anything productive at all. Hell yeah, let's go. We're chilling. I mean, it's just a Thursday today, but that's fine. Kind of like an early weekend vibes. Weekends doesn't even feel like weekends to me anymore. They just feel like any other day. Like it ruined my body clock so much. Me and my brother used to have this huge Transformers toy. I was going to sell it to this collector for like $200, since apparently it's a collector's item. But stupid brother threw it away because he thought no one would buy a huge piece of plastic. It's not. It's not. It's a huge toy with a lot of details and mechanism. Bruh! Holy shit! Does he not know that collectors exist? Yeah. It's usually a market space for collectors. Like back then, I regret I regret throwing away all of my Yu-Gi-Oh cards, my Pokemon cards, what else cards? My Bakugan cards and toys. Like, bruh. Especially seeing that Pokemon cards are like the hot shit right now. It sucks. And I probably, and who knows, especially if you're just a kid, you're really not knowledgeable enough to know whether this item is valuable and probably rare, and it sucks basically realizing it once you've grown up. And it was like the time where the internet was still kind of scarce, so it wasn't the hottest shit back then. And me being a child doesn't help. It sucks. It sucks. And I used to have this favorite card, Pokemon card of like Flygon. I mean, Flygon isn't my favorite Pokemon, but it still looks cool. Come on. It's still cool nonetheless. People probably makes fun of like people, you know, spending so much shit for it, but I don't judge. I even spend most of my money on like ridiculous shit. And if it makes you happy, go for it. I'm still that type of person also that just happy to have like some sort of toy. Kind of bringing up the little joyous moments of what you discover or experience as a kid. Look up premise Transformers toy. Could have bought something I needed for my car with that toy. $200, man, down the drain. That sucks. I have a bunch of old Magic the Gathering cards that are worth who knows how much now. Yeah, you basically have all sorts of stuff. And collectors would buy that shit. Even old ass coins, old ass currency we have. Collectors would just buy that shit. I mean, I also advise to like not get scammed, whether you are a collector or not. You gotta be careful sometimes too. But yeah, collectors are like do exist. He kind of looks skinny on this bunny type, but I'll fix that later. But then again, it might be worth less money since it was kind of damaged. Yeah. If you have like brand new stuff, it's probably higher. It's gonna be much more worth higher if you keep it at that condition, brand new condition. Even sealed. They even buy sealed stuff. I mean, back then, I still do not get, like, why are they buying this sort of stuff? Like, I do not understand the collector's mindset, basically. But the more I delve into it, and it actually, like, you know, it's people's hobbies. It's like any other hobbies there is. I was just like, oh, okay, that's cool. And I honestly feel ashamed that I wasn't able to collect stuff. Like back then I used to collect like mangas and shit, but then God, my mom, I put it on my oldest bag, and those type of bags that we have on like elementary school is basically looks like a fucking box, man. Like it looks like this, and of course it has to be in pink because I'm a girl. I used to be really into pink stuff. Actually, nah. I used to hate pink, but now I just love them. It kind of looks like a trolley, like a wagon or something. That's how our bag used to fucking look. Every kid has that bag. And we're kind of required to have that sort of bag because we have like 8 or 10 books, and then 10 notebooks, and we need to bring that shit every fucking day, almost every fucking day, except for like PE day, because we only kind of study PE or MAPE, music, arts, and PE. There's one dedicated day per that. But the rest of the day, we have to bring all of that shit. I've never seen a bag like that. I think I don't know if it's common to other countries. Hold up, let me search. It used to be the Robbie Rabbit one. Holy shit, I remember that shit. Like, the more wheels you have, the more fucking cooler you are. It has so many fucking compartments. Here, let me save one. I think my sister has like the exact same bag as this one. It's fucking ridiculous. Mind you, we're also like elementary school. Thank God we don't have to own books as high schoolers. It used to look like this. Do you see this? I've never seen you use a bag like that. I feel I see those bags in every shit movie. I think it's common on the southeast. I don't know. But it's pretty common here. Especially if you're like in a private school. This is the type of bag we have. Yeah, so fucking many compartments. Oh yeah, it also feels through the free stuff. Man, it takes me back, man. And you only have like two choices. One is for the male and one is for the female. For the female, if you're a girl, it's either this brand or Barbie. That's only the fucking choice you have. Or a bootleg Barbie. And if you're in like the boys section, you either have like Transformers, the male version equivalent to this rabbit, and Cars. Those are like the only designs that they have. It was funny as hell, man. And he has like fucking so many fucking wheels. It's heavy as fuck, mind you. We're in elementary and we're like bringing that type of bag. It always gives me joy when we're like going home. Like, you would just see fucking a sea of children running around with their huge ass bags. She turtle. And now I'm curious into what I'm stepped. We were talking about elementary school bags, especially to my to my town. That's the type of bag that we used to have. Huge ass motherfucking bag with like 10 books and 10 notebooks. Her origin story of school bags. But yeah, that's when I stopped using that type of bag. That's where I put all my own stuff. Basically, my comic books collection. And then it wasn't even good. It wasn't even a good manga collection. It was like a cringy love story, a local manga. It wasn't even good. But I like the fact that I was like owning a manga for fucking ever, because I never owned one as a kid. Did they ever have the Lisa Frank backpacks there? Not sure, actually. What does it look like? Yeah, I think we used to also use backpacks, but as an elementary school kid, especially if you're in a private school, you need to have like a huge fucking bag. because they require you to bring so much shit. School bag lore. We ended up going into like this type of subject. But yeah, we we were required to like have huge fucking ass bags because we have to like we don't even need to bring this shit. Dead ass. We don't even use the books that much. We don't even use the notebooks that much. It it really molds my brain, man. But like, how do you even use all that stuff? I mean, if you have those fancy ones, like the wheels are like you don't have to turn your bag to a certain way. That's some good shit bag. But mind you, this stuff is fucking expensive. They were popular in the early 2000s. They were the ones with the gaudy rainbow animals. Nah, I don't think it was ever popular here. Because most of the stuff here is either Barbie or any famous Disney stuff. Disney princess stuff. That's the only options we have. I learned early that all of that stuff is optional. That's honestly a pain. Just a journal for notes. What more could you ask for? Yeah, it was a private school, so here's the thing about private schools, especially if it's Catholic. Most private schools here are like Catholic schools, so it's gonna be 100% fucking religious. And they would capitalize on your fucking money so much. They would empty that fucking shit. They would empty your fucking wallet. Oh, you're going to this school? Guess what? You have to buy all of this shit. You have to buy our uniforms, you have to buy our books, even though you don't need it. Like, there are actual teachers that doesn't fucking give a shit. Like, you don't even need to use the book. They only base on it, but at the same time, they just require you to just use a fucking loose leaf paper, and that's good enough. They don't even ask for records. Some teachers, some strict teachers do ask for records, and for you to keep your notebook clean as fuck. And honestly, I do not see why that was so unnecessary. And even learning cursive, my god. Like, I get it, learning cursive, learning different ways to write, go off. But my god, you don't have to be super strict about it. It's just cursive. But yeah, like, why do we need to sweat? Why do we need to sweaty write cursive? Why? Everyone had Lisa Frank stuff when I was in elementary. What was that time? Yeah. Everyone just basically has the same thing back in elementary school. I used to hate those bags, honestly. But it was nice because I can sit on it. Like, that is, you can sit the fuck out of that shit. So that was nice. Especially if it's break time and you're like hanging out with your friends. You can just sit on that. And if you're like waiting for your service and shit, we could just sit on that. I mean, it's a huge pain in the ass to have. Especially if you don't have the fancy ones. Loved getting out of school right around the time of the cursive curriculum. Getting taken out. Yo! I have not heard of that before. Because every fucking school I know taught us cursive and not using it. Like, I can't even remember. Even my cursive is writing. My cursive writing is fucking terrible. Like, my penmanship already is like fucking small and ugly. And forcing me to do cursive is like fucking hell to me. Why? Just why? Maybe for calligraphy and making a signature or whatever, fine. But I cannot find a reasonable aspect from it. Don't know why I'm drawing the imps. I still don't know how to write in cursive anyway. I don't know what the fuck I was doing in school. Yeah, I was also dead ass bullshitting it also. But I remember it was just a fucking pain in the ass because our teacher was really strict about it. I remember starting at the ground after finding out that my school year was the last one to have the cursive curriculum, and then I wasted 2 years in elementary. Oh yeah, God. There are also teachers that just require us to use cursive. Like, why? Why do you want to like have a hard ass time reading our shit? Especially the ones that like none of us, or quite often rare. Like most of us doesn't even have like decent or pretty handwriting or penmanship. What is the point? Oh yeah, I think in architecture school, they're like forcing you to write in a certain way. Architecture here sucks, by the way. Like dead ass suck. It might be different from other countries, but here it fucking sucks. Like it's desperately clinging to its old ways. Look, I get it if it's like a history or something and you just want to preserve it, but why? Why do you manually need to do this? Most of the architects, especially that already has a fucking job, don't even use manual shit as their main thing. I mean, there are some that still uses it, but they're much more comfortable now with using actual fucking technology. Th- this is like one of the things I'm like, because a lot of my classmates, friends, and like teachers and mentors and stuff, they all expect me to like go to architecture school or something, or civil engineering, or engineering in general. But most of the schools here stick to their old shit. Why? It's such a waste of time. Like, yeah, if you just want us to introduce to like how it's like back in the days, back in the good old days, and to see if like there are other people who much prefer it that way, I get it. But sticking to it all too much and being strict about it for no good reason, I just don't get it. Wait, what? They don't use cranes and tractors to build stuff? No, what I meant is about like, not that's not the building part, but basically on the technical part. Like planning and all that shit. Because in the industry, they use technology. They use actual fucking softwares to plan out their shit. But no, here they still stick to like pen and paper for some reason. And it's kind of bothering me because this shit takes up so much time. Like, why are you still clinging? Like, why are you still clinging on like the old ways? Especially if the industry itself is like demanding you to use technology. People will probably argue because of art and stuff, but that's a different aspect. This is architecture. This is like fucking planning buildings and shit. Designing is not that a huge thing on architecture for some reason. I'm only saying what I've heard because my friend of mine is like going to an architecture school, and one of my friends kind of like shifted to different like course because architecture was just so cancer, and I honestly cannot blame them because people here do not appreciate art. Deadass. They just do not. They don't appreciate art. They don't appreciate designers. And what did they get? Shitty fucking designs. Like, you can go to a mall, you can go to a shop, and they would use Comic Sans as their fucking font for their banner. It's that bad. It's that bad. I mean, there are some that appreciates it finally, but for the most part, no, they do not. A vast majority still do not fucking give a shit about design and all that. And people are probably posting on Facebook like, why is our house collapsing? I'm like, no shit, you didn't hire an architect. You hired a bunch of construction workers that aren't actually construction workers or registered as is. They're just probably, it's their neighbors that happens to like build houses, which is, pretty common here. And they be complaining like, why is their house like falling apart? I forget what was the other emotion? There we go. Oh, I should use a different layer for this. I tend to separate each pose just to make things much more convenient. Oh wait, let me just take a bathroom break. BRB. Hey, I'm back. Let me actually go back to sketching. Necks are pretty weird because you have like tendons here and then the back muscle also. Maybe that's just me. Nice, let's save this. Meowing. There we go. Now it's saved. Let me just take a drink. My friends are like talking about veganism or being vegan. I mean, either way, if you're vegetarian, vegan, or just omnivore, food is expensive. What do you think about Kranz Kujar? Have you ever looked at his work to study from? I'm not sure. I may have heard of his, or may have seen his work. But just didn't remember the name. Oh, I haven't seen him. But yeah, unfortunately, no, I have not encountered them. But their art is real nice, especially the backgrounds. Man, my respect for people who do backgrounds are fucking sky high. Holy shit. Like, I do not have the patience nor the knowledge enough to do any sort of like backgrounds. I mean, if I have references and have like enough knowledge for materials and all that stuff, I can do it. But my god, it just takes up so much time. I just can't. I have no patience for it. But it's probably so worth. Oh, they do sketches. Nice. I actually much prefer seeing artists. I also like seeing artist sketches. It's just so cool. I mean, yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. But yeah, most of the times, it's more of me studying other artists instead of studying the subject matter. Hopefully that makes sense. Like, for example, you want to study like anatomy, for example. You want to study anatomy. And let's be more specific. What part or anatomy are you looking for? Let's say like the torso and stuff like that. And what I do, I look up other artists. Like, I try to observe and like examine how they draw the torso. It's more of me studying other artists than studying the subject matter. So it's kind of like I'm also studying a style at the same time. So it's kind of like a two in one. I'm studying a style, and then at the same time I'm studying the subject matter I wanted to study. My friend was vegan for like 2 years, but couldn't keep it up, and she went back to eating meat because she was lacking iron. Oh yeah, meat is like good for that sort of stuff, and like protein, I think. Transcriptions are it's great. We'll use him for Thursday. Yeah, you guys should check it out. They also do backgrounds and characters, so that's good. It's like a two in one. But yeah, oftentimes I just study other artists instead of like the only subject matter alone. And I'm actually not sure if that's better though. Because also I also do some observations from like real life images or references. Damn, it's so hot. This is why I'm so slow also. Like I cannot focus. At the same time I can't draw that fast because it's gonna drain me. And the fact that I'm like it's so fucking hot here. I'm only using my fan. Fans are not usually enough. Air conditioning is much more preferred. I'll probably refine or finally apply the designs in a few minutes. After I finish this guide, I usually don't need to polish the guides, but since we're just chilling, I can just do whatever. Have you heard and read Look Back? It's a great one-shot story from the creator of Chainsaw Man. I think I've heard it because it's all over on Twitter. It's probably all over on Twitter. Oh yeah, I think I heard it before. But I think I'll sob to the story too much. Man, I don't know why I got so fucking lazy on like trying to read or at least just entertain myself. My god. Oh yeah, I also tend to draw the ears for the character also. And even though it's gonna be covered, I just use it as a guide. So in that way, I don't need to use to like all these fucking lines. I don't like using that shit. Maybe you're tired of the content out there. Maybe. But most of the times I'm just like looking for some wholesome shit. You know? Zero fucking conflict, just characters. Just fucking living. I don't know what the fuck is my problem. Like, if you guys are familiar with the that one Kyo anime, it's like Kobayashi-san, I think. Kobayashi-san's Maid Dragon. I mean, I also like the effects animation and all that shit. And I mainly liked it because of the animation. But for the most part, what I enjoyed the most is just seeing the characters deadass just fucking living. Like an actual slice of life anime. Wow. And it's something I don't usually talk about because people will just say, that's fucking boring and shit. I'm like, no. No shit. And I don't know why I enjoy it. Maybe I just like really chill stuff. Because if I'm reading something for the story or the plot, and the chapters are like still incomplete, I would just be like, okay, I need to wait for like 100 years. And even if just me waiting for a few days, I would forget about it. That's how easy I get. That's how easy for me to forget stuff. Especially if I don't list them down. Man, I have so many mixed feelings about this pen. I'm happy I can make thick lines, but at the same time, I'm kinda stressed out that my line thickness is basically not consistent. Like you would see strikes of line basically not the same. And maybe that's just me. Is that an emblem? An emblem, I wonder? Why is it normal to watch TV shows that are drama free but then considered weird if you watch it through the form of animation? Where are the fight scenes in a show about 5 girls going to school? Yeah, I think that's also similar to K-On! I love K-On! By the way. And people are like complaining, yo, this shit is not about music. These people are just fucking eating cake. I'm like, yeah. And it's the fucking best. Like, they're just fucking chilling. And I honestly love every aspect of it. Oh, it's just anime being. The girls are just being fucking cute. What the fuck do you watch it? Yeah. That's about it. And I love it. Like, it's honestly just chilling. It's for the vibes, man. It's for the vibes. Like, people are molding about, like, nothing is happening major. Or I guess dramatic and all that shit. I'm like, that's the charm. The mundanity. It's so fucking mundane. That's why. But at the same time, they appreciate it. They appreciate the boring stuff. And I like it. Probably made him look too mad over here. But that's fine. But hey, maybe it's just people's taste. And just preference. Like, come on, anime is literally not just about only one thing. And there's so many stuff. There's so many. I don't know why people expect so much from animation. Yeah, they just kind of like looking for the next flashiest thing. And I'm like so tired of it. And I still hate how animes are looking right now. I just hate the looks of newer animes for some reason. Again, this is probably just my preference. It probably doesn't look as bad to you, but to me it looks it just looks like shit. Like most animes today use the fucking airbrush for some reason. Like they use that shit for every frame. And I'm like disgusted. Then I have to look on it. Like they're trying to be all fancy with the colors, but at the same time I'm like, it just makes the whole thing look shit. It's either so fucking bright or just bombarded with that sort of gradient. And I'm like, what even is the art style at this point? What even is the aesthetic? What about the weird plastic shiny skin? There's also that one. No animation looks shitty to me. I don't know how to explain it. I call it uwu style. Back in the early 2000s or even the 90s, they had better aesthetic. I just like, solid ass colors. Like, my god. But a lot of companies today are like using this gradient. It's more of a nitpick. It's more of an aesthetic nitpick instead of an animation nitpick. The movements are fine. I mean, of course, there are still some anime that still trying to go really cheap, and then it's like looking like a PowerPoint presentation, but I guess that's fine. Especially with that budget and fucking deadlines. My god. It's pretty explainable to me, but if you're doing... But when talking about aesthetics, I just do not like that one. But yeah, 2000s and 90s are like the peak for me. They just look so fucking raw. Can't help but appreciate it. Or maybe I did just get really picky. Who knows? Holy shit, I can't. It's like almost 3 o'clock and it's still fucking hot. Not a single cloud. And even if there is a cloud, the heat is still fucking there. Forgot to add an M symbol on this pauldron. It's the same symbol that the evil shark lady commission you did for me. Is it the same shape though? Or just the same logo? I'll add it later. Let me just add in the other armor first. And try to fix the angle for this, because this is definitely the wrong angle. Neighbors are screaming over here. Oh, the powder is different, the logo is the same. Gotcha. Gotcha, mate. Man, my... having some errors on my pen. Why? Let me save that. Oh man, that sucks. I guess Clip Studio has that bug again. Or just had that bug. Can't tell if it's tablet thing. It's causing errors. This is the thing that I hate the most. It's something that you can determine if it's like, is it a software problem or is it the tablet itself? You have to test it out into like different sort of like other tools in order to confirm it. Putting the thumb bit too much more cohesive, I guess, type of position. And let's bring this finger closer. Oh yeah, I also have some shawarmas, so I might eat in a bit. It's more here. Shawarmas again? Yeah. I'm just getting back to shawarmas once again. Because back then, I have not eaten them in a while, so. Also because my mom just bought one. Clothing is coming from here, I guess. Wait, they have more than one chicken. Could've sworn I heard like 3 chickens. I'm not sure actually. I'm not sure because it might be it might be from a different place. But I think they own more than one, either roosters or like just normal chicken hens. But this stuff is quite common to like province and shit. Oh, we should do it. Should have done the hair. It's quite common to like own one rooster and a bunch of chicken hens. Regular ones. See, it's kind of useless to like draw the ears, but since I'm gonna use them as a guide, it's like they're not terribly that useless. Ooh, did I draw a line there? Ooh, burped. Let's do the roots right here. Let's add more. There we go. I used to like drawing the hair very much. Or basically just doing portraits. Drawing the hair and doing portraits. But I feel like I don't draw them very well. Because they're quite similar to clothing. Are these armor? Couldn't tell. Oh, I didn't know it was placed up so high. All this time. The chickens are at it again. Oh, it's getting darker, I think. It's getting darker. It might rain, who knows? Because if it gets so fucking hot, it tends to rain. Rain tends to come after. I guess it's like... It does feels like 40 degrees. Oh my god. Oh, it doesn't show. Mostly cloudy. I might expect some thunderstorms. Maybe it's a chicken fight with one of them dying. I wish. Sorry, hold up. My Your friends are like fucking chanting and shit. Why y'all chatting without me? And every time I stream, damn. Anyways, let's go back to sketching. I should always fucking collapse this because I could barely see the canvas with this little, very little space I have. I mean, I don't draw big ass strokes anyway, so that's fine. Is there more armor? There we go. I think I'm almost done with the full body. Yeah, I only need like the details and stuff. And then we can just move on to the expressions and other shots. It's like the time when Grunkle Stan looking at the TV saying fight. Man, I miss Gravity Falls. Gravity Falls is like one of those shows. Like, I deadass thought Gravity Falls is like has like a lot of episodes, but it turns out it's only a few, which still blows me away. Cause it feels like it's always airing the whole time. Back when, you know, Disney Channel was like a thing. And it felt like hundreds of fucking episodes. But unfortunately, it's just a few. Is there anything that you enjoy about traditional drawing, or do you just really prefer the peel of digital? I still like drawing with pencil. Like, back then especially. But I don't do it. I don't do traditional art anymore. Because here's the thing. Again, drawing isn't like my whole shebang. Like, it's not my It's not my thing. It's not my I do it all the time sort of thing. It's more of I can do this now. It's more of that feeling, that sort of feeling. Like I can tell the stuff I draw recently is much more reduced, I guess. Because back then, the quantity of sketches I made back then is much more compared to now. And the fact that I'm drawing almost every day, anyways, and it's not even drawing. It's more of like any other day I draw, and then any other day I color, which are kind of like a separate sort of process for me. I much prefer the feel of like traditional now. Like I still like the feeling of like using the pencil, my mechanical pencil especially. But I stick to digital now, and I draw more stuff in digital now compared to traditional stuff. Like you would not see me draw traditional stuff, probably, because it's just not my thing. And like drawing all the time is just not my thing. Like I can only draw for a few hours, or else I'll get sick of it. And it's like the reason why I stick to digital is because it's so fucking convenient. If I use watercolor, if I use color pencils, nothing works for me. Because I have to wait. If I use color pencils, then my hand would fucking strain the shit out of it. And I don't even like most colors, I guess, or the texture that the color pencils tend to have. So I just like you wouldn't even see me doing colored stuff traditionally. And watercolor is just a pain in the ass. Like especially painting in general, traditionally, you have to wait. Especially if you don't have a hair dryer. Hair dryer are like not really that common here. We don't have one in our house. And even if we do, my mom wouldn't let me use it. And it would take forever to dry. I would need to find the right sort of tools also. I need to find the right pen to use. I need to find the right watercolors to use. I need to find the right paper to use. And it's just so inconvenient for me. Because once again, art materials and art in general are not that appreciated here. You're not gonna see branded art materials here. You have to buy them online. And it's expensive as fuck. I sometimes wonder what goes inside Chainsaw Man's creators' mind. Like one chapter, 59, is straight up banned or removed from the Shonen Jump archive because the cover is the most not safe for work thing. Are those the one with the naked babes? Actual based mangaka. Honestly, that sounds like the shit I would do. Look, we just like drawing naked as women. It gotta be one of those days sometimes. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, it's just much more convenient to like to use digital tools. But do I think? But traditional is always like the feel of what traditional art gives you, or medium, is still the nicest shit ever. Like nothing can beat that feel. Like actually using paper, the feel of the paper, especially if it's good, and using really nice tools is always nice. Oh yeah, Copic markers are fucking expensive. My god. Like that shit. God. One piece of like Copic marker is like what? $3? It's roughly $5 here. And I just find the price really ridiculous. Especially if it's just one color. I mean, there are alternatives there, but they're still expensive for me. And here's the thing also. I get so stressed of like traditional tools in general. Like for example, a pen. You buy a good shit pen, that you can use for inking. And I get this sort of feeling like it's always gonna run out. So I ended up saving it for later. And what I meant by saving it for later, I don't fucking use it at all. Because I got so scared or get so stressed out of like the pen running out of ink. And again, it's expensive because of it. That's why it's kind of overwhelming to like use it. And my god, I ended up wasting a lot of pens. Once I got used to digital stuff, or me literally just giving up on drawing in general, like I just do not give a shit. And I just do not give a fucking damn about like the tools anymore. I just use it as a writing tool instead. I didn't even use it for drawing, for fuck's sake. Yeah, that cover. Hey, it's the Hot Babes one. But how did it get past the editors? I think it's not that bad. Am I the only one? It's probably me. Just me. Because it's still kind of censored. But yeah, there are naked. Copic markers are expensive as fuck. They're so expensive. I bought a brush pen that was a great quality, and I was so afraid to use it because I didn't want to ruin it. By the time I used, the pen was completely dry. Oh my god, I'm like the same boat here, man. Like we get so paranoid of that shit being ruined or running out, you never use it. You ended up not using it. So that's why. it took me a lot of like, I guess me just convincing myself to like stop being stressed about it. It's just a fucking pen. But I ended up using it for writing because I didn't draw. it was a phase in my life where I'm like completely done with drawing. I'm just gonna go study and whatever. Be a typical Asian or something. Be a typical person or something. Find a job after you get a degree, whatever. Boy, look where that look where that ended up in. Yeah, I focused more on academic stuff back then. Ended up not caring about drawing anymore. Because I was like in the phase in my life, I'm like, my drawing skills are enough, I really don't care. It's more about pleasing myself instead of pleasing others. Like I know for a fact to myself that I'm good enough, I don't care anymore. And once again, it's just a hobby. It's just originally a hobby of mine. I mean, yeah, I still have this sort of determination to like be better or get good, but those are more like for myself only. Like affirmations for myself is a way to phrase it, I guess. Like I want to confirm to myself like, hey, this is what you can do, and this is what you're capable of. Kind of like a muscle. And kind of like a reminder for me to like, oh yeah, you can do this, by the way. It was basically this thing I was like, also changed my mentality back then too. Like, you know what? I don't care about the tools anymore. I can literally draw on the toilet paper, and that's fine. And I think it helped me a lot. Just not be so held uptight by like the pressure of the tools and shit, and be so paranoid of like wasting them. I basically ramped up the not giving a shit mentality to 100, and I guess that helped. I couldn't understand this symbol though. Is it a text? I'll do it later. Yeah, that's all the reason I am switching over to digital. I mean, you could still do both. You can still go traditional and digital. No one's really stopping you. I guess apart from the tools. But either way, you can still pretty much do both. I just don't do traditional anymore because I don't like drawing all the time. That's a good way to approach it. A lot of people need therapy with how much they stress themselves in art. Yeah, and here's the thing. I just hate when artists bring themselves down so much. Like they trying, or maybe I'm just not a social person. I guess I don't really go to social media to like go rave about on like how bad I am in art. It's just so unnecessary for me. And just not a healthy mindset at all. I mean, it's good to acknowledge what your art skills are in, so you can like avoid ego and not be fucking pretentious and like be a know-it-all just because you can draw. But at the same time, have some sort of dignity, I guess. So you don't have to like be this old sort of pity party type of guy. I'll give you a closer look to the family symbol, and it's a bird again. Yeah, feel free to send it, man. But I can do it later. I just do not stress myself with art, period. Like, of course, the dilemma of like, why can't I be good? Just like this artist, or this. That dilemma is pretty much normal. But the thing is, I don't stress about it. Like, there's no point to me to stress about it. Because I know I'll just be sulky. I'll be sulky and like be bitter about it. And it's like, and to me, I have that sort of self-awareness, I guess, at least, to not be like that, or just distract myself from something else, because I know it's not worth it, unless I could use it as some sort of motivation. I guess some people do it, but at the same time, regardless, overall, still not like a healthy thing to do. The chickens are at it again. And once again, I viewed it as a hobby. Like, if I'm not having fun, then walk away. This is supposed to be like a fun activity for me, not some shit I should be stressing about. If it ain't fun, just walk away. But maybe that's just me. I have so many friends that started at the same time as me who burned out and just quit, trying to draw 16 hours a day and shit. Yeah, I just don't recommend it. I just don't recommend it at all to like view it something so like some sort of obligation for some reason. Because if you try to view it as that way, then you're gonna hate it. And why would you do something you hate? Why would you be persistent about it? If it's something you hate, just walk away. All because of a King Jong-yi meme. Now every single one of them quit. What was a meme though? Damn, that was one heck of a meme. But yeah, I just do not recommend it to be like trying to be so grindy about it. Like I get it, you want to put uh all sorts of effort to it. But if you're not viewing it as something you like and you're putting it in a situation where you can potentially hate it, that's a bad idea. No, don't move on to blank until you can master cylinders and boxes. I mean, that kind of makes sense. Even for me. Like, you're jumping to drawing characters, but you can barely draw a box. I get it, you can do both. You're pretty much free. Unless you're going into an art school, then you're kind of fucked. But yeah, if you barely can draw simple shapes, and I know it's kind of boring and drawing simple shapes and all that, but all you need is the basic knowledge of it. You don't have to perfect it. You only need is like the simple knowledge about it, and that's fine. It's true, but they were drawing cylinders and boxes. Oh my god. Why? You're grinding for nothing. Is your box gonna be the next Mona Lisa? Why? That box better be in 4D. Bruh. 3 years? Holy shit. That box better be in 4D, man. I mean, seriously, it's real dark. No. Man, do they really grind it for that shit? Oh my god. I mean, I cannot draw the box perfectly, but at least I know how it works. At least. You need the basic knowledge of it. That's all. That's all you really need. You don't need to be all Leonardo da Vinci to the fucking box. But damn. Your friends went to like they sweated to the wrong subject basically. They put their effort in the wrong place at the wrong time. Kim Jong-il's ruined so many careers before there's no underdrive. They took the memes too seriously. My god. That's a first for me. And Kim Jong-il is like the worst artist to like start with. I mean, his stuff is very helpful, though. I want to point that out, especially when it comes to perspective and drawing the human anatomy. But he doesn't make tutorials out of it. I just observe and copy whatever he's doing. But he's like the last guy that you should be studying. Top 10 reason why Drawn with Jazza is still superior, in my opinion. Would you guys believe me if I'm like, got really into drawing because of Jazza? Man, I used to follow his shit back in the day. Back in the old heyday. Just watch Drawn with Jazza, man. Especially his old videos. Still superior. When I first discovered Jungi, he made me depressed. I thought just exactly. Just avoid this guy. But no, don't feel insecure because you're just using sketches. He still makes mistakes. And I can tell his line quality is not that good because most of his line quality is very loose and very shaky. And other people wouldn't mind it, but if you're going really technical and like if you're a critique or something, you would point that aspect of him a con because it's not quite preferred, I guess, when it comes to illustration and stuff. And his style is much more reminds me of doodles, to be honest. And the guy is just having fun. And mind you, he's like drawing for years. It's not even a fair comparison. He also went to art school, I think. So yeah, you have to like put all these conditions into like the comparison, because again, people like to make comparisons, but at the same time they tend to ignore like the different situation and conditions. Like he's like fucking older than you, and he's probably drawing for longer periods of time before. Like, put some considerations. You're always like not in the same. Like yeah, both of you can draw, but at the same time, you're like in different situations. Jazza is the god. Hell yeah! Just watch Draw with Jazza, man. Jazza and McCreely. Oh yeah, man. Mark Creeley's manga stuff tutorials was the shit. Dead ass. It was like the time also was when I was like super into like becoming a mangaka and shit. Mark Creeley basically influenced me for that type of stuff. But yeah, they were the real OGs. Really takes me back. And also just don't put yourself in unfair comparisons. Like come on. Try to consider like other aspects to it. But yeah, I also I mean I also have like a Kim Jong-il phase. I also draw with a pen. Holy fuck. Yeah, I draw with a pen, not using sketches because. But at the same time, I was like put into a situation where I literally have no pencil, so. But I do not recommend trying to copy Kim Jong-il, especially if you're still just a beginner. Come on, try to enjoy other stuff instead of making yourselves miserable. And you can enjoy his stuff initially, but just not. Just do not sweat or grind for it. And back when I had the Kim Jong-gi face, it wasn't an illustrative face. It was just me doodling and sketching, with a pen. Because this dude's known for using a pen only. But at the same time, I have to put in these considerations. This dude is older than me. He also started drawing when he was young. He went to art school. He has like supportive peers. And compared to me, I only have a few art friends. And that was like senior high school, so that's very fucking late. I did draw young, but at the same time, knowledge was still lacking. And drawing isn't really my main thing anymore. I committed to that. I'll just study instead. But I still proceed to like draw with pen. But I wasn't doing any sort of like illustration or stuff. It's more of doodles, to be honest. Neko, welcome. There are so many teenagers who are depressed about not being able to draw, like Kim Jong-il. The man is 46 years old. Exactly. Stop comparing. Dude is like drawing since he was like a kid or something. That's why he was like, and he's like, he went to art school. And Korea is also like South Korea. I think drawing stuff initially is like drawing materials references is much more available there. Wait, what? He's younger than my dad. He looks older than my dad. Yeah, I think he's only in 40s. Damn, my dad is way older. Holy shit. Way fucking older. But yeah, stop comparing yourself. Especially if it's not a fair comparison in the first place. I mean, I did learn a lot trying to copy him. And when I did get to a certain point that I'm like kind of close to his style. I mean, I still can't draw huge shit like what he does, but the style, it's pretty much there. I was able to mimic. I was really into copying his shit when I was a kid, like mimicking stuff. But I wasn't tracing or anything or copying his idea. It's more of copying his methods and the way he draws. And he doesn't even do tutorials. I have to observe like his live drawings for it. So it's like twice as hard. But to me it's not so hard. Because if I see someone drawing, and I much prefer it seeing the process, to be honest. And if I get to see their process, that's basically enough for me. Especially if I get to see their hand. Because I would also copy the way he holds his pen. And I actually liked it. Because the way he holds his pen is kind of similar to how painters hold their brushes. It's very like in the middle, so really far back from the tip, and it kind of helped with my grip. Like you're not gonna draw super precise lines, super clean lines, but it was enough to be really loose, and that was real nice. But do I recommend him to copy him, especially as a beginner? Nah, because when I copied him, I pretty much have a solid foundation to drawing. So it's kind of I wouldn't say I was an expert, but it was like uh, a novice or intermediate sort of skill, I guess. My dad actually turned 50, but then again, he stopped aging around like 40. Yeah, I mean, I think most Asians are like typically stopped aging at that point. Especially if they have like a good diet or something, and they don't smoke. Cause smoking and like drinking is what makes it look old. Is it a good idea to use a Gundam figure as a reference for poses? I just saw a pose that looks cool on Insta. Yeah, I mean any figure that can basically pose. That's already that's always a good one. I always find it hard to do under drawings, to be honest. Like I naturally gravitated to drawing in the final line, but I want to break out from that. Being able to sketch fast looks fun. Uh, I mean I can do both, but what I do notice that if you want to not do under drawings at all or guides, any sort of guides, you need to have some sort of clear image, at least pseudo clear image, if you don't want to do under drawings. Like even if the just the pose or just a few elements like the eyes, nose, or whatever. Is it fast? Kind of, but not by a huge margin. And you need to be like, if you land a line, that's it. No erasing, no undoing, and all that stuff. It's a lot of restrictions and kind of like a lot of commitment. Like, if you just draw a line, just commit to it. No need to change, no need to erase, whatever. And basically, yeah, just basically drawing with a pen. Once it lands on the paper, you got no choice but to like improvise or deal with it. You can also improvise, by the way, because sometimes I do some improv. For example, if I make a mistake or whatever, or did some sort of blunder or whatever, or change my mind, because that also happens. You can try to improvise from it. That's another way to deal with not drawing with not having guidelines. But for the most part, the stuff that I do, like where I don't use guidelines or under sketches, I mean I still don't use them, but I guess this counts because I am using some sort of guide at least, but I still erase them because I don't like having so many layers. Like, you can do the old method of like, tracing this stuff, adding another layer on top. But I just hate seeing so many lines. So deleting or like redrawing, erasing and redrawing is much more what I preferred. And I guess it just takes up a. You have to have like some sort of line confidence to it. It kind of sounds corny, but it is a thing. Like if you just did one stroke, that's it. That's gonna be that's gonna be there for the rest of the drawing, and you cannot do anything about it. Was the skill trying to get the skill worth it? Kind of. I guess so. Because in that way, I mean, you're still kind of relying on guides. You're still applying what you learned, like basing off the ears, as you know, the point where the eyebrows would be. Yeah. No. Except that it's on your head. The guidelines are on your head. Or you're kind of, for example, you're looking at the canvas, right? And you're basically seeing or trying to imagine the guidelines there, but you're not really drawing it. You're just pretending that it's there. I think that's also a thing I developed, but I'm not sure how to explain it on how I developed it. It really requires like imagine imagining stuff and like picturing stuff even if it's not there. So I guess it's kind of like imagination. But not everyone has that. Like people have aphantasia or something, and it's basically people cannot picture it at all in their head. Deadass. And honestly, you're just much more better off with guidelines because you can be consistent. The speed, honestly, I guess what's worth to it is the speed, I guess. But honestly, to my observation, it's not a huge margin. Because if you're not using guidelines, then. And if you're like doing any sort of like mistakes here and there, you're gonna take forever to like try to correct those. Do you think the drawing and pen method is good for people who want to animate? I know in animation you sort of have to draw loose and messy. No, I don't think so. It's not really a necessary skill to have in the first place, to be honest. It's literally just I did as a way to like me not being able to do sketches. Because again, I was like in school and I was just like sketching and doodling anyways. I wasn't an illustrator back then. So it's more me doodling and sketching with a pen. But is it a necessary skill to develop some sort of confidence on making strokes and lines? Maybe. Is it necessary? I don't think so. Especially in animation. I don't think so. And I have not heard that people draw loose and very messy on animation. People have different drawing styles, so I guess what I can say is just do what you're better at. And if you want to challenge yourself, then go ahead. But if you're just doing for the sake of improving, I guess, I don't even know what you will get from trying it out. Like you also need to like consider the stuff that you'll learn. Like, will you be able to draw faster by doing this? And would you have fun doing this? I mean, you'll probably be frustrated, but at least you get to have fun in some way. And check out if you have the time for it. I think they mean rough drawings in animation before doing cleanup. Sometimes it's just a bunch of lines. Those bunch of lines are probably throwaway keys. So, not even a. It's more like a guide for where the lines would be, especially if it's just a subtle movement. They would just put a blank page or a frame that basically serves as an in between. But you don't draw the whole thing. You just draw the lines that basically moves. And if you think that it would help you develop like some sort of clean lines, help you like make clean lines, then yeah, go ahead. But is it necessary? I don't think so. For confidence and developing or having the ability to make clean lines, yeah. But is it necessary overall as a skill to have? Maybe not. Maybe look for somewhere else. And again, artists have their own like different various ways of drawing stuff. Others use really detailed guides, and that's okay because it helps their fucking drawings to be really clean and consistent. And most animators are using digital now. So producing lines isn't that scary, I guess, anymore. Like you can just use the undo button. But again, if you want to challenge yourself not to do all that sort of stuff, like reduce using the undo button, for example, that's on you. Because those are like one of the things that I find what works for me may not work for you. Because for example, if I'm doing a very for example a pose that I'm like always drawing all the time, would I need guidelines for it? Probably not. Because I keep doing it. There's no point to me to like be so sweaty about it. And since I have like the muscle memory for it, that's basically enough to push through. I think the faces are usually the ones, especially the faces actually. But that's because I drew it all the time. So it's all just muscle memory. That is just working. Especially back then. Like, I just draw faces most of the time. That's the common and usually the first part that I usually draw. So there's like no point to me to be so sweaty with all the guidelines, like putting guidelines for the nose, putting guidelines for the where the eyes would be, etc., etc. Like there's no need for me to do that because I have the muscle memory for it. Oh, that's too long. Need to make his eyes smaller. But right now I tend to use the undo button and erase stuff because why not? There's no reason for me to like hold back anymore. Because I've already done it. And I feel like, I mean, it did sort of help me, but it wasn't a huge sort of like help. That face looks like those Moai statues. I think a lot of artists believe in only one method to do things. You don't have to draw messy in animation. Yeah, it's you can have your own method. Like for me, I don't think my method is like what others typically do. Especially back then, my style was heavily different. And I don't have to stick to one method. Like for example, if I'm doodling, I don't need to apply every method I've learned. I could just go with one or two. It's basically also depends on my mood. You have your own style basically. And the way you draw basically affects that, or a part of it. You just can't stick to one. Because you don't have to. You're pretty much free. Also, that's a first to me, drawing messy in animation. I think don't animators tend to avoid being messy? Or is it just the ones I saw? And artists in general tends to want to avoid drawing messy, doing messy drawings. So I don't even get what you mean by messy though. It can mean a lot of things. Dude looks like a different kind of guy. Every time I draw. Hold up, someone's knocking. Hello, I'm back. I think I know what Mokujinsu mean. A lot of animators sort of do really rough lines on the first pass, then go over it with cleaner lines. That's what I meant, yeah. Being able to do the first pass, just like straight up going into the final stage. Animation seems difficult without multiple rougher passes. I mean, it depends on like the animator, because you're pretty much free to do that sort of passes, but at the same time, you have a deadline, and putting yourself to like much more labor of like doing multiple rough passes seems kind of unnecessary for me. Like, if you basically have zero ideas on how the animation would look, like the poses and all that shit, it's fine to be really rough for it. But at the same time, there's like storyboards. Especially in the West, they kind of like low-key animate the storyboards, so kind of sort of like an animatic. And that's basically their guide. That can serve as their guide. So that's kind of like the rough pass, but again, Japan is different though, so. Or it depends on the studio. You basically need to be efficient, I guess. Where's my pen? I lost my pen. Like, if you're just doing the rough pass, first pass, for example, you don't need the characters, basically. You don't need the character design. All you need is the motion. So it could just be stick figures, if you want to, and with just a fucking box as the body. And again, it's animation. What you need here is the motion. And other people tends to do the other work, like cleanup and all that stuff, and checking the design and all that. So yeah. Honestly, if I ever got to pro level at animation and a company contacted me, I'd say fuck you. Fuck your deadlines and shit. Yeah, it's just miserable to be an animator. Cause I also seen artists do that, or animators do that, just using literal, literally kind of like stick figures, but the motion is there. The motion is very accurate, like somewhat pseudo realistic, but basically really good. And then after that, they go for the next stage, which is basically applying the design and all that. It can really get sketchy, like really messy sort of sketch. And honestly, I think it's because they're not holding back, because other people tend to do the cleanup. But if you are the one that's like doing the cleanup, I guess you have to like have your lines somewhat cleaner. But in all honesty, it really depends. It's really up to you, because once again, cleanup is like a separate process, so you don't. I mean, there's some sort of obligation for you to be somewhat clean looking with the sketches, but I think being understandable is enough. Like, you can go bare messy if you want to, because other people would do it, and you can just guide them which or which is not gonna be outlined. Yeah, Guzu anime is like a, yeah. Even other animators, like they would just even if the character doesn't look anatomically accurate or whatever, or polished looking, it's fine, because again, it's animation. It's all about the movement, to be honest. Hold up, I have a shawarma. I might eat while I draw, so. I mean, I only need to like do a few shots anyways. Man, I just deadass started animating because of Guzu, and then stopped. And then I stopped animating after that phase has died. I mean, I can still animate. It's just that I'm not animating as much anymore as I used to, I guess, back then. Since I tend to be, I guess my approach to animating is much more different now. Or I just do not like animating at all. Maybe I just don't like animating. Damn, this fucking head hurts. Let me actually be loose for a moment here. And just focus on like... But my god, it's so fucking hot. I'm like sweating right now. And I'm like wearing a black shirt. Which is like the worst color to wear on like a hot fucking day. Oh, I've been looking so zoomed in, no wonder. This is why I hate zooming in also. Kinda screws up my perception to things. We'll probably get back into it one day. Sometimes we just put things down for a while in life. Yeah, I guess I'm just taking a break from it. Because I was, I guess, hating it so much, hating the process so much, to the point that continuing it would not be worth it, or it would just be hating it completely. So it's kind of one of those things. I mean, it's pretty natural to me also, and it's nothing new to me. Again, this already happened back then. Like I just did as do not want to draw. I still do drawing, but it wasn't that sort of like super serious sort of drawing, and drawing all the time. It's just me doing it with one doodle a day or something, or any other day. And then once I got gifted with a tablet, I got back into drawing. Hey, sometimes we put things down for a while. I meant, yeah, I got you. What kind of shawarma did you get? It's a beef one. They sell the chicken one, chicken on the inside, but it basically has some sort of like few vegetables on the inside of the tortilla. But I usually choose the beef, either spicy or not. I think it's not spicy. That sucks. I think it's the ear that's bugging me. It's too far or something. Let me zoom out. It's kind of necessary for me to like zoom out to this sort of stuff because it's so. Or just change the angle of this completely. Because it's not kind of not working out with the pose also. I'm stuck here with 2 hot pockets left in the freezer, nothing to drink besides tap water. Damn man, what happened? And because here I'm like dying from the heat. It's like 4 o'clock, come on. What is this sun? And the weather app told me there's going to be thunderstorms, bruh. Yeah, it's not kind of aligned with this, with the body. Because I'm trying to, the sort of angle I'm going for the head kind of looks like this. But the body is like going like this. It's not, it's not that high. And it's the type of angle that's not really showing the bottom so much. Damn. Sucks. Maybe I can do it? It doesn't. I have $5 left in my bank account. Broke student life. Sheesh. Yeah, even God, I have a friend that is basically studying to a different region. It's basically the equivalent of like studying to a university into like a different state or something. And all she eats is like rice and whatever she can find on like a store. It it's basically a snack, but she used it as like a meal. In that pose, can you have him looking down? Okay. Just the eyes or the whole head leaning down? Man, I kind of just noticed how on the side this body was. But that's just me rambling. I actually don't think I can draw and eat at the same time. This is a thing about me also. I just cannot multitask. I don't think anyone can. Even if it's just me eating, I cannot multitask. I need to focus on one thing. And one thing only. Hey, Space Commander. Just got threatened to leave over dishes. Oh my god. Typical family, and typical family shenanigans. Let me actually get this phase finished. Oh yeah, I forgot to point out that the way I do commissions and the way I do personal artworks are vastly different. My method is much more proper, or the process, I guess, is much more proper when doing commissions. Like, I actually have stages. Like, do the sketch first, and then once that's done, you can do line art, and then once that's done, you can do coloring and rendering. But when it comes to personal artworks, I just do not give a shit. Oh yeah, my friend also's dorm isn't that good. I mean, it's good enough in from coming from this standard, from the standard here. But if you look at like, if you compare it to like other dorms, especially overseas, their shit is basically an apartment. I told her that's alright. You're so. Damn, they make you go to work and then they fucking make you do the dishes. Holy shit. I used to just break the dishes when he has to do them. Ask me to do them at your risk. That's actually smart. Like, this is the type of shit I would do. Like, oh, you're asking me to do something? Breaks the whole thing. So in that way, they're never gonna ask me again. Actual 1000 IQ gameplay. Holy shit. But they never asked me to do. They never asked me to do chores because I'm already working. And they know I have anger issues. Like, my family knows I have anger issues and shit. Like, if you're not following my shit, I would just break the door. Poor doors. Either my table or my door. I'm gonna fucking harass them. Typical family. Yeah. Because they always make you, like, they always try to obligate you to do this fucking shit. I'm like, bruh. I would just gaslight them or something. How dare you fucking do this to me? I'm supposed to be your daughter. I'm your fucking golden ace. Your golden child. And you making me do this shit? This is the only shit you'll do as your expression to love me. And that type of shit. And also, they just don't make me do chores. Because they know if I... even if they try to, like, ask me to do something, I'm just like, nah. Nah. Not with this consent. My parents used to make me do the dishes after doing 16-hour shifts back then. Bullshit ass rules they came up with. Damn, you guys really got your ass whooped with your parents. She told me it's my job and that I don't do backbreaking shit. Bruh. Oh yeah, they always say this shit. Like, back in my day, shit was 10 times harder. Like, bruh, not my fucking fault. I ain't your favorite. Sucks to be you, I guess. Love the verbal abuse. Like, wow, thanks for listening to me. With 4 brothers in the house at that time. Damn, y'all guys got really whooped by your parents. Here's the thing. The reason why they don't make me do this shit or ask me to do anything, one, I was a fucking honor student. And I always use these reasons like I already got top of the class. How dare you make me do chores? This is the least I can do for you guys. It's like me doing this shit so they won't let me do that shit. And I like have a fucking uncle back then. I have a fucking uncle back then. And it's the uncle that I mentioned that fucking sold his ass for crypto. And birthed a child. Despite not having a proper job, not having his own shit, not having his own house. And he's just a fucking need in our house. But yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention she told me to quit. Bruh. Smoopy, welcome. Perfect time. We're just ranting about our parents and our family shit. Well, more like typical house shit. Like, why would I quit a job that pays me and you pay me in verbal abuse when I don't do it? Exactly. Logic is nowhere to be found. Me, who has a very good relationship with my family, is just stepping back and nodding along as if I share you guys' face. Yeah. But yeah, it's because I reached top of the class, and I'm like, it's basically like me getting the approval of privilege. Like, look at me, I have high grades. Buy me stuff. Don't make me do. Our mom just never make us do chores. Actually. I mean, my mom is confusing, I guess. She's not that strict. But at the same time, she doesn't make me do shit. Sold his ass for crypto. I mean, I hope that means something else out there. Sometimes your parent can't see the vision. Yeah. But my parents, I mean, my dad spoils me. And my dad isn't even here. He's in South Korea. We're like, he's living there. Sometimes he just goes here and visit. But currently he can't visit because, COVID, and like his dead ass broke and he's like in the hospital and shit. And I don't think I have a very good relationship with my parents. Like, I talk shit about them. And I deserve better parents. That sounds terrible, but yeah, there's always that horrible thought that like I just deserve better than this, and couldn't been in a better place than this. I just hate their choices. The same crazy uncle and does stupid stuff. Yep, it's the same one. You'll be out of there one day and away from that. Period. We're all manifesting that type of lifestyle. I mean, even me. I just want to move on. But yeah, it's not like I hate my family. It's more of like I'm pissed off that that I'm surrounded by idiots. It's more of that sort of feeling. But they're not bad. They're not that. They're not too bad. But yeah, there are times I'm like just pissed about them. You didn't do chores. My mom didn't ask for it. My mom doesn't order me or boss me around. Like, I got top of the class. I do basically any sort of obligation. And I'm like doing this job, doing freelance, uh, for them, for to have food on the plate, basically. So they really can't ask for more from me, or else I'm gonna. Again, one, they know my anger issues. Two, they know that I'm smart. Two, three, I can't count apparently, and I can talk shit to them. You know, the type of talking shit that's like too far, and the shit that you would not do to your family. But it's more because of my anger issues. Your uncle has his ass as an NFT. He used to play this Axie game. It's basically an NFT game, and he sold basically his, normal job. A decent job. He's basically a salesman back then. And he fucking quit that job for NFTs. Now he's dead as broke. And trying to find another job because it didn't work. Same though. I love my family, but I deserve some respect around here. I'm like, damn, I'm trying my best like the next guy. Exactly. We deserve better. And then just wish that they can do better. I know that I'm smart. I mean, I'm smarter compared to them. Like, I'm not kidding. Most of my family are like illiterate. Like, they do not understand how credit card works. They don't understand. They did us do not understand the internet. She be yelling at me like I'm a child. I'm 19. I'm closer to being able to drink than not. Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, my mom used to like scream at me or spank me or whatever. But once we get to our teens, that's where that sort of like treatment as a child stops. I had no choice. My dad is 6 feet. Holy shit. And like 300 pounds. I'm a measly 155 pounds. If he said, do the dishes, I had to do the dishes. I just accidentally smashed them all of the time. What a coincidence, son. Isn't this like the fifth time? But yeah, that sounds like shit I would do. Like, I would just break shit. I mean, I have no problems doing the dishes. If it's my dishes, like, for example, it's the plate that I use, that's fine. My shit, my responsibility, right? But if it's like washing everyone's dishes, nah. I do a lot more work here. You guys don't. That's always like my defense. Like, bruh. You guys eat more than me. Oh yeah, that stupid NFT game. Didn't your uncle quit his job for it? Yes, it's that uncle. He used to be a salesman back then before this NFT game exploded. And it basically went trending. This game went trending. And every Filipinos are like investing their whole shit to this and trying to get into the game. Even students. And then, oh my god, my uncle just quit his job. Not to mention his girlfriend is fucking pregnant. And is about to give birth. He quit his job. A stable income job. It's not a good job. It's not a preferable job. It's not a job that everyone dreams of. But it's a job. It's a decent job. He gets paid for it hourly. But no, NFT, he preferred the NFTs. Mind you, he's also very stupid when it comes to making decisions. Like, he tried to buy a motorcycle, and the thing about buying a motorcycle, you basically pay it monthly, kind of like an installment. And he doesn't pay for it because he broke it. He stopped paying for it because he broke it instead of going to the actual mechanic. Mind you, he is stupid as fuck and spoiled by his mother, my grandmother. Look, I got spoiled by my dad. Period. But my god. I don't even beer to eat off plates because I'm at work all day. This dish is not mine, the fuck? And it's 4 a.m. You yelling at 4 a.m. Sheesh. But yeah, I just find it bogus. Like, if I'm not the one who used that shit, that's not my responsibility. I feel you 100% went through the same stuff. It's bullshit. They let them sit until you get home too. Damn. This is like some really, really like problem. Just dead as red flags when it comes to families. Wasn't he also spoiled by your parents? I mean, my parents doesn't spoil him. He just let. He basically, my parents basically just let him live there, and eat our food, and basically occupying all the shit here, and just playing Dota back then. He's just a fucking guy that just plays Dota. He's basically a complete NEET. NEET. Like, there was one time when my dad was here, like, he asked, like, what the fuck is this guy's plan? What the fuck is he planning for the future? Oh yeah, have I mentioned that basically, his brothers and sisters that has a job, an architect, and one is like, used to be working overseas. They basically supported him for his like education, for his high school years, for him to graduate high school. And he still didn't graduate it, bruh. I can't. I just really can't. I mean, again, not being able to go to school, I understand like the situation of like my whole family because they were not rich, like that ass, and they're like basically illiterate. Like back then, they just do not value education that much compared to now. This stream is always so funny. It's always the rants. We go here for the rants. It really makes my night better. Aw. Yeah, I hope it gets better. And fuck them bitches. Oh yeah, then he skipped out of classes. Yeah, that's why he didn't graduate. He basically stopped going to school. And my family, uncles, his sisters and brothers, weren't so strict about them. Like, if that's on you, that's on you. But I just wish my parents would stop giving a fuck about them. Please. Like, stop feeding them. For fuck's sake. Make them have some sort of accountability. Make them be responsible. Because that's like the running problem here on like our family. Laziness is like the huge thing here. And if someone is like, if you ask them to do chores, they're like really pissed. But honestly, bitch, this is like the only thing that you could do. And it's like the simplest shit. Hold up, let me just finish my shawarma because it is so fucking cold. Oh, I ran out of water. Hold up, I'll be right back. I'm back. God, it's so sunny. Anyways, let's get back. If I'm going to do chores, then they better have a hot meal for me as soon as I step in that door daily. Yeah, at least reward them in small ways. Because that's also like what I did back then. Like one of the reasons why I like tried to study much more seriously back then. Because I heard this like phrase from my mom, like because she used to have like she has this friend. Basically their family is like uh they all have like daughters and shit, and all of them are like really smart. They always get into like top of the class and shit, and they always spoil them. Like they always buy them shit. I'm like, oh, so if I do that, maybe they would buy me the shit that I want. Mind you, I was very young. And of course, I was very materialistic because I really wanted to, you know, be spoiled. And so I did. Did I get the shit that I want though? Somewhat, in a way. So yeah. But yeah, at least reward. Get a reward, even if it's give out an reward, even if it's just small. Like for example, my mom at least like cook me some fries and shit. My room has been a mess for weeks now, and it matches my mental health. Kind of the same. Like my table is like fucking disgusting, honestly. That's relatable. Clothes everywhere, bed not made. Yeah, but I'm forced to like make my bed though, or else my mom would nag me for it. My 1500 tablet fell off on my desk earlier and smashed my dog in the head. No! Now I don't have a tablet and no money to take my dog hates me. I'm going to have a mental breakdown. Bro, I would just cry, panic, and just break down initially. I would I would be like going I'm sorry to like to the fucking dog, man. Bro, that sucks. Hope it gets better, man. Damn. Hope it gets better for us. We're like dealing with all sorts of bullshit, man. I usually keep it really clean, but I just feel drained all the time. No, I just soak in it. Like there are times of me trying to be like all disciplined and stuff and trying to like keep everything so neat and clean. But after a while I'm just like fuck. I'm too busy, I don't, and like I'm going like to a mental boom. Me going on my period does not help at all. Man, especially on my period, fuck. Or having in general like hormonal imbalance and shit. I either get super fucking sensitive to fucking everything. Oh, it's much more cleaner actually. Like my room is not dirty, but it's not messy. I think. I think my closet is much more. Uh, yeah, it's the closets and my desk. Just my desk. It's just a fucking mess, man. Especially my closet. Holy shit. To me, it's fine. It's fine. It's organized enough. But if I want to like make it clean, I would throw half of the shit in there instead of just organizing it. I would just throw it away. Give it to someone else. Either give it to someone else or just use it as like a rug or something. Recycling. Anything that is like within my closet, because sometimes I get pissed off just like looking at my closet. Like for example, I couldn't find the pants that I want because all my pants are like black and shit. And me trying to find it is like a disaster. I feel like Zuko's saying that's rough buddy to everyone here. Yeah. That's why you're really lucky though. I guess I'm somewhat lucky, but our situation isn't helping either. Like our situation still sucks. Like back then my dad was the only one who has like a job. And he's on overseas. He doesn't even live there. And the fact that he has to be the one that goes to a job, and he's, mind you, he's like fucking old. And he has to like like uh provide for like 1, 2, 3, 4. There's only 4 of us in the family, by the way. Like my mom, my 2 brothers and sisters, and me. 4 of me. And then my dad. So there's only, my dad is only obligated to provide for 5. But since there's this one cousin that basically traumatized me, a stupid ass uncle, and an aunt, 3 of them, no job, no proper job, and could barely provide anything to the family, not even doing chores, by the way. My mom is the one that do all of the chores and all of the cooking. We have to provide for, my dad has to provide for all of this shit. And him being old is like a major thing, because his paycheck is gonna go fucking nowhere, and it's gonna get lower and lower because he's a construction worker. He's basically obsolete. He can get easily get rid of there. What do you guys do to escape stress? Do you just draw or draw to avoid life? And get even more stress from being bad at drawing. How do I cope with it? Either do something like play a game, or chat with my friends, or just talk shit about them, or just break down. Drawing, I guess so, but I don't really do it as a coping mechanism anymore. And I don't want it to be like a sort of coping mechanism. It's supposed to be a fun activity to me, but it's slowly becoming that way back then. And exercising. Oh yeah, exercising too. That can help. To relieve stress, watch YouTube or play video games. Yeah, same. I just binge watch on YouTube. Since I already put myself like 100 tons of pressure on myself with art, I don't want it to get stressed out anymore. Yeah, I don't use it as a coping mechanism that much, because I just don't find that fine drawing as that sort of activity. And it's never really a good source of like creativity anyways. Like the stuff that I produce or stuff that I draw, I get much more better results if I'm in a much more better mood, obviously. But since I'm not, then what is the point? There are times it becomes like a sort of coping mechanism, but it's never effective. Like I would rather, It's either numb yourself to the pain, right? Like just to try your best to not mind it. And of course, that's like the hardest shit and barely effective way to do it, but learning how not to give a fuck, it's kind of life changing and good for me. It sounds selfish, but I think in this sort of situations, I think it's better to be that way. It's and you're. It's not like you're being overtly greedy, anyways. It's just respecting yourself. It doesn't matter respecting yourself. I just play single player games to avoid stress. Multiplayer consists of me molding all night. That's true. You'll just be tilted by other players. Especially team-based games. Fuck that shit, man. I'm just having a meltdown. I mean, most of the times I troll, I would rather be the troll instead of the one being trolled. Like, I would rather be tilt through, but of course, that doesn't work all the time. What games? God of War, The Last of Us, Horizon, Until Dawn. Won't finish any of them. God of War though, really nice. Until Dawn too. That's also really nice. Isn't Last of Us a huge fucking game though? Like it would take you hours to complete. Or I'm just like having some fucking memories of it. God of War, I just get stressed on like the puzzle part. And me being a kid, like when I was playing God of War, it does not help at all. I mean, I shouldn't even be playing it, deadass. But I really like the combat of it. Like, dude is just flying with whips. That is like fun as hell. It was like a classic PS2 game. Can't go wrong with it. Yeah, not team-based game. I would rather not become like my brother with League of Legends. Yeah, you'll. It's inevitable to be toxic there. And of course, talking to someone about it helps a ton. But as you get older, people really stop giving a fuck because they have their own shit. But just getting off your chest. Oh yeah, I don't really typically talk with my friends, quotation marks, and some of those type of friends. It really depends on like my circle of friends, I guess. But most of the time and most of them, I don't think I uh talk to them to an emotional level because I remember one time I wasn't even really drunk at that time. I just got like tipsy and shit. And just God, it was like 40 degrees once again. And they just make fun of me when I cried during that time. Because I was really struggling back then. Like our whole shit is like we're like dead ass broke. And it's just like having that sort of insecurity is like basically frustrating to me. And trying to talk to them emotionally, they just don't take me seriously. Dead ass. That's how it felt. And I'm like, okay, I'm never talking to you guys again on an emotional level. And yeah, they were trying to like say this bullshit like, that's okay, it will pass. Like, bro, can you pick like a better tone? Like, I know I'm not being picky, but at least can you like, I shouldn't be demanding this type of shit, but can you at least pick a better tone to do this shit? But yeah, they only hang out with you with the vibes and for the funny shit, not for the emotional shit. Like, I get it. Dealing with emotional burden is like not really like, it's not fun. But can you at least at least do a certain bare minimum, even just by listening to me? But no, these people, these bitches, these fucking hoes, y'all don't deserve me. But I don't hate them. But at the same time, I do not give a fuck about them anymore. You view me as shallow, I don't. Then you're just out of my picture. All of them take hours to complete, all equally as long. Ooh. Felt that. If I bend to you while crying and you laugh, I might just have to square up, LMAO. Dead ass, same. Like, holy shit. Can you at least comfort me? I know I'm asking, but I'm literally not asking for much. But nah, they just made fun of me. Fuck them. I mean, yeah, I don't connect to them to an emotional level, but a part of me kind of hopes that it's not. But looks like I proved myself correct. They're only for the vibes. They don't care about you overall. But I also have other circle of friends that's like, where if we're just bending, we're just like, yeah, same. And I think that's much more better, because at least they're not making fun of me or disregarding the fact that I'm like, uh, so down to the drain or whatever. Don't want to say, I guess, mentally disoriented and so way to say it. I only have one friend who I can seriously go to. That would be emotionally there for me. Nice. I mean, even if it's just one, that's better than being, because that friend group I just mentioned that made fun of me. It was a big friend group, filled with extroverts and introverts, and of course none of us, or each of one of us, have one friend that we're much more closer with, and we have other ones that we're not very close with, but we're still in a group regardless. And man, I was just surrounded by assholes then. Kim is like preaching to them, like, bruh, being the funny friend is a struggle. Nobody takes you serious until you hit the limit, whatever your emotion you're feeling. Now I'm not acting like myself. Yeah, they throw that bullshit. Like, I'm a human, not a fucking sunshine robot. Exactly. You're not making us laugh. This isn't you. That's so bullshit. Exactly. I'm like, bruh. Some of them are fine because they didn't make fun of me, but the other ones are like fucking straight up assholes. And they're the typical girls that were like gossip girls. Like they talk shit about. They're kind of straight up homophobic also. Like back then they used to make fun of like bisexuals and stuff. We used to call it's much more like bisexual is like the whole trend back then for some reason because it's much more easier to say than being full on gay or lesbian. But yeah, that was so utter cringe to me. Of course I have to buy because, you know, I have to pretend I'm one of them. But yeah, at this point I'm a changed woman. If they're homophobic, I'ma say it straight out. I'm like, yeah, you're an asshole. Like I gave zero fucks right now. And I think that's better for me instead of pretending. I mean, yeah, back then our friend invited us one of those friend groups. Then we had a new friend group. Like she always invite us to her birthday because she's very nice. I was I was very mean to her back then, back at elementary school, and I'm very sorry for it. I was an asshole as an elementary schooler, and I do want to make up with her. Then I'll be a good friend to her and be nice. Unlike some other assholes. I've never had a friendship that lasted more than 5 years. Oh yeah, that sort of friend group that I'm mentioning that made fun of me. We don't talk that much because again we have that one friend that we're close with, one friend that we're not close with. You're in a group, but at the same time you also have your own group. And some of their personalities are just fucking just not my sort of vibe, I guess. And I always felt like the outcast because you know I'm more tomboyish and shit. I'm not hyper femme compared to them. Like, bro, I don't want to wear femme clothing. Like, do you see this shit? Like, do you see the kidnapping cases? I'm not gonna. It's kind of like this sort of like conflict. Like, I want to look hot, but at the same time, I don't want to be a target. But yeah, it's just me though. It's just me being paranoid and shit. But I can't help it. It's ingrained to like my behavior. And feminine clothing is just shit. And they're so uncomfortable. Like if you want comfortable clothing as like a girl or a woman, I guess, you have to go like to really expensive brands. And it's bullshit. They always say I've never seen you like this. Like, yeah, I have more than one emotion. Same though. It's kind of scary how fast I can stop giving a fuck and not let things bother me. Yeah, it just takes a simple snap. Kind of like a situation that calls for it. But yeah. I feel like being a bragging brat if I say this, but I'm just staying quiet because I didn't have any of these problems that you guys are talking about. Now we're happy for you, man. Because it's a good thing that you didn't have to face with all this bullshit. But yeah, I was one hell of a trip. Did I take it really personally when they made fun of me? I don't think I took it way too far. Like, holy fuck you. I hate you so much. I hope you die or whatever. It's not like that. It's not that sort of resentment. It's more of like, oh, okay, fuck you, I guess. And then I go to the next friend group. To the next friend group I have that's less toxic and treats me a little better. But yeah, I don't even talk to them that much. Nothing wrong with not going through those things. Some of us just got lucky. Yeah. I just happen to have like surrounded by assholes. Like already have this sort of feeling, I guess, or impression from them because they do like to gossip and shit and talk shit about other people when themselves aren't so perfect. And I just cannot fathom, like, why do these people give so much fucks about these people? Like, why are you so bothered that this person is dating this person? Like, oh my god, have you heard of this guy's dating this guy? Like, I don't fucking care. I don't give a shit. Let's go back to like what? Chatting and hanging out and catching up. But no. Hey, gossip. Hey, just gossip. And probably rant about something that I don't care about. And of course, I don't relate about. Life goes on, you know? Yeah. Like, they're not the only friends I have. They're more like just a friend group that I just happen to be in. And I'm not really the type of person that's like talky, I guess. I mean, I like chatting. But I'm not always like active on social media anyway, so I don't get to like interact them all too much. And they all live far away from me. Oh, I forgot the expression here. This looks like The Rock. The sus emote. There's always a rainbow after a storm. Yeah, there are other people there. Other people that are much more better. But yeah, I'm betting $2. Like, if I rant about them or go straight at them, like, how dare you laugh at me when you do this? And they'd be like, "Oh, we're just joking around." They gonna say that type of bullshit. I mean, culturally, we don't talk about feelings all that much here. But my god. That's a bullshit excuse. I remember that time when, like, what was it? Senior high. It's like my last year of senior high school. And basically, I just had an argument with this like one teacher. It wasn't even a, it wasn't even like a major subject, nor it was respectable enough as a minor subject. It was just dead as a class that we happened to have because someone obligated us to do so, or just because a one company promotes this shit. And the subject is basically robotics, but it's not robotics. It's not you programming or coding shit. It's not you building stuff. It's just Legos, and then you just put on a bunch of like basically functions and shit. It's not even that advanced. It's like the shit that you will find on elementary school. I was so mad disappointed at that subject. I'm like, I was getting so into like coding. I'm like, hell yeah, we're gonna deal with robots. But it was just fucking Legos. I've never been this so disappointed in my life. Like, there's a little bit of like last string of hope to me to like still clinging. Like, maybe it's good, maybe I'll enjoy it. No, it felt like a 3-year-old playing with Lego bricks. I think I'd break if I lived there. Can't talk about emotions, roosters fighting, kidnappings, and people shooting over chicken pieces. I'm not strong enough to deal with it. Yeah, I kind of live in hell. uh, oh yeah, don't forget, 40 degrees Celsius of heat. And sometimes typhoons that basically floods your whole shit. Is that bad, man? But yeah, you can. If you are like lucky, if you're born into like somewhat privileged family, somewhat wealthy family, and they're like educated enough when it comes to psychology, even just basic psychology, man. You can talk to them emotionally. But if you're like the rest of us, like barely middle class, broke ass motherfuckers, we're kind of fucked. Telling you, her life is a boondock. If you guys are just curious about my life, yeah, just watch the show. It's that absurd, man. That's why I always like have this sort of like. I always ask my mom and dad like, why do you live here? Why not in Korea? I hope there isn't an Uncle Ruckus in there. Oh my god. And yeah, it's absurd. It's basically living in GTA. Living a GTA life. If you guys are saying worse the car crashes, well, we live in a province, so at least the car crashes isn't that common here. But it's still a lot. That issue is quite still rampant. All over the place, especially to cities. And the traffic, man. But our roads are shitty as hell. Potholes galore. I hope I'm doing his hair right. I never typically do really clean hairstyles. I'd cry laughing if there's a Filipino record. I don't remember that much in the Boondocks. Let me see his description. Let me see if I do like see this sort of stuff. I mean, it's probably not far fetched. He is crude, short-tempered, obese, rule-neglecting, clumsy, ignorant, and idiotic. I'm just like Google searching here. That's typically most people here. But yeah, all dudes also have like beer bellies here. And all the shit they do is drinking, honestly. Like, I think they probably laugh at me. Like, if I say that, yo, I have a dream. I dream to be like this or that. And they'll just laugh at you. And they think that you're gay or something if you're like well educated or studying very well at school. Or just basically not being in the norm of like what masculinity to them is. They're basically just judgmental. He's a black man who hates black people and thinks he's a white man at service. He's racist between. Damn. Okay, now it makes sense. Actually, my family is kind of racist. Like my mom always preaches, like she never, like growing up, she never praised anything. What's good to be here? Like what's the good part that is living here? Living in this country. She never like pointed out to me like what is the good stuff that is like keeping them here. Like she keeps complimenting, oh, overseas is just much better. In Korea it's much more better. In Japan it's much more better. Basically overseas is always better than this country. So I'm like, okay, then why do we live here? Like they always rant about this shit that is going on in this country. But at the same time, you made the fucking choice to live here. Like you had the choice between like staying in Korea and stay or going back here. But no, they choose to go fucking back here. Don't worry about his hair. All of my characters should have helmet hair. Yeah, I've never just I mean I rarely do it. Really clean style looking hairstyles that basically isn't messy. But I could just make it look like it's flat. So in a sense it's kinda look like that. Kinda looks clean in a way. Probably need to edit this one too, because it's looking way too spiky. I'm tempted to send you a video of Uncle Rook's shenanigans. I'll watch a compilation later. But yeah. I mean, typically, most, is it called racist? I think it's it kind of is, but at the same time, it's more colorist because we have like we have these people called Eta, and they're basically indigenous people. Hopefully this doesn't sound problematic, but they also kind of like the equivalent to black people here. I hope it makes sense. Cause they have dark skin, they also have like really curly hair. And my god, people fucking look down on them like crazy. And even if you're just a slightly tan person here, they would be colorist as hell to you. Like they would judge you, they would pick on you, mainly because of your color. And even if you just have curly hair, they'll probably pick on you. Does it suck to be indigenous to other countries? Because in here, eight is probably the one that are like got the most bullshit out of people. Like people just fucking condemn them. Like just fucking drag them to the dirt. And I honestly feel bad about them. Cause they did nothing wrong. That ass. The only reason like why we're lighter skin is because of the Spaniards. Because Spain fucking colonized the shit out of this country. I mean, yeah, we have like variety of skin color, but yeah, they became the minority now compared to back then, and it honestly sucks. I think it also becomes like a slur back then. I don't know. But that's what they're called. It's not actually a slur. But people used to use it as an insult. And honestly, it's a good thing I didn't like join this sort of people when making fun of them. Because I was a I was a fucking asshole back then as a kid. But yeah, locals here look down on them so much. They're probably complaining why are they so poor? I'm like, no shit, bro. You fucking abuse them. Anyways, let's actually step away from the grim reality, cause my god. If you stayed in Korea, then you probably wouldn't be as funny. It worked out. Everything is for a reason. I think from what I can recall, the reason why mom returned to like the Philippines is because of me. She got pregnant. And her mom or grandmother basically asked her to come back. And I think my dad is like down to like live here anyways. Because my dad was such a loner back then. Like my dad is basically a loner in Korea. Like most of his friends are like the fucking worst. Like most of his friends are into gambling, into like okay. I don't want to shame prostitutes, but they just fucking do that type of shit. They're into gambling, they're into that shit. And they're laundering money for some reason, I guess, here on the Philippines. They're alcoholic, probably doing other stuff. But I think they're just alcoholics. Basically not a good influence to them. Like, I'm not judging alcohol. It's fun to drink. But uh, their alcoholism is fucking crazy. Yeah, black people go through a bunch of bullshit like that. A friend of mine went to Japan and was denied entry in a club while they were playing 50 Cent's music. Oh my god, I'm melting. My brain melted. Yeah, they're like people here are into basketball and shit. But I think it's usually the boomers. I think it's just the boomers. Tends to be that really judgy. That's really judgy around black people. Because for the most part, locals here, people here, aren't. I guess it's not racist. They're more like, oh, a foreigner. It's more of curiosity than racist. But there are racists there. Jesus. And they're like, my God, it just melts my brain. Like they will just pour all the stereotypes to you, that type of stuff. I don't. The thing about stereotypes, this is what is like conflicting to me. Stereotypes, uh, I think it's fine, but the fact that you're using it as a basis and as a standard, or more like a standard, that's where it gets wrong. But if you're just trying to familiarize to the environment, I guess that's okay. But don't use it as a standard or a basis for a person. Or a complete basis, basically. Because that's how they treat stereotypes. In the wrong manner. I need to visit the Philippines one day. The stories are too funny. Actually, our country is like known for being funny, I guess. Like we're just so into like funny shit. We make fun of all type of shit, no matter how terrible it is. We try to put jokes in fucking everything. It sounds bad, but at the same time, it's our coping mechanism. We go through so much shit to the point that we use humor to cope. It's our copium. Like how Japanese think all Americans are blondies and blue-eyed people. Yeah. And they also praise the white people. I just remembered like I remember this story. Again, I go to a Catholic school. And this story is more concerning the boys instead of us the girls. Because us the girls, we don't have we don't have strict rules when it comes to hair or haircuts. And it's so funny to me all the time. Because every time if a boy student has long hair, they would cut it. No consent from the parents, nor to the student. But they would immediately cut it short. And it's a strict rule for the boys. And my God, I always see like the picture of whitewashed Jesus with long locks of hair stapled to our fucking wall in our classroom wall. I'm like, oh, you require the boys to have short hair or bald, basically. Basically, they want your fucking hair shaved. But Jesus got the fucking privilege to be long, to have like long locks of hair. It's a Catholic school, by the way. It's just funny to me. It's a funny type of thing to me that I always keep getting reminded of. of their own hypocrisy. And yeah, by the way, they don't. I don't think they take like basically that picture of like a much more accurate depiction of Jesus. You know, an actual dude that fucking lives on like the Middle East. And I think the old people, the boomers basically, they don't believe that shit. Like, nah, fam, nah. Our Jesus has white skin. I'm like, bruh, it's logical. Dude is always walking outside. It's gonna be tanned and burned and sunburned. But they're like, nah, our Jesus have blue eyes. Oh man, it's so funny to me, man. It's really funny to me because I grew up in a Catholic school, and that type of shit is never gets old. You sounded like Uncle Ruckus for a second there. Is it because of the stereotypes? Mind you, I still don't like approve of stereotypes. It's more of like for the people who are like trying to familiarize themselves or just curious. But I still don't like. I still don't recommend to like use it as a basis. Stereotypes are just kind of like there to like. I guess the most common out of all people, but it's still not the basis for one person. It just so happens everyone is doing it. Me looking at my very old Bible, kid Bible with white Jesus. Yeah, white Jesus. The good old whitewashed Jesus. I think a professor or like one of our teachers are like explaining why was he whitewashed. And I'm like, yo, a fucking Christian school teacher that is actually teaching us the history of the religion. Holy shit! Because most of the time in this, we're like obligated to take this Christian subject. It's kind of like Bible study, but it's not. It's like more of a waste of time. It's kind of like theology, but only Christianity. And then they're like, most of the times, like, most of the teachers that we used to have in this subject is either a nun or just someone who got obligated to do the job because no one else would do it, which happens most of the time when it comes to the faculty. And then most of these classes are either really good or just bullshit TED Talks. Bullshit TED Talks that is like quoting the Bible over and over. I'm like, by the way, I go to like Catholic school for most of my life. So I have to face this every fucking year because this subject is ingrained with this fucking curriculum. So yeah, even if I pass all of the subjects that, besides this subject, I cannot go forward to the next grade. Compared to like public school, they don't have this type of subject. I'm like molding as a kid, and they obligate us to like go to church for some reason, and obligates us to like take the signature of the father, of the priest, every Sunday or every time we go to church. And this is quite common actually to like Catholic schools. So you would just see after church is done or whatever, you would just see a swarm of children gathering to the priest with folders. It wasn't even a small ass folder. It was a fucking big ass folder with just one piece of paper. Why? I'm kind of molding here because of his Catholic school shenanigans. But yeah, I was just so frustrated, man. I'm like, what if we have a different religion, and yet, by the way, other teachers are also putting points to this signature bullshit. So if we basically lack signatures, we're in the risk of like failing a grade. And I'm a kid that is just like not having it with this type of stuff, so I don't go to church. Like my fucking relatives don't go to church, and they're religious as fuck. Like how? Like how? How is it? How is it religious? And I'm just like molding my brains out. And most students just fucking cheat on this, by the way. Like they would just cheat. Like only the good kids, I guess, that are like still sticking to the routine. Or just actual children, wholesome children. I don't mind it, but the part that gets me uncomfortable is that what if we have a different religion? How the fuck does this work? And having a different religion in general in the Catholic school is like, you're gonna get judged way hard. And they're gonna pull whatever stereotypes at you. I'm actually thinking if there's a new spot I could clean up, or just missing. Hold up. And checking out the hair also, because I'm so used to putting spikes on the hair to the point that it feels wrong to not put any sort of spikes or strands to the hair. Anyways, where was I? Oh, is this a head of a hawk? Kinda like a hawk. I'm no bird expert. But I think I used to have a bird face. Where I'm just like drawing owls and shit. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I think let's actually go back to art. Because we have gone through a tangent there. I just remembered this artist like Gabriel Piccolo. I'm actually not sure if it's like Piccolo or Piccolo. And he's actually one of the artists that actually inspired and influenced me a lot. Like, you know, the good old days of like deviant art. And this guy basically got famous for like doing doodles or like illustrations every day. And every day is like already like a huge fucking commitment when it comes to drawing. And I loved his fucking style back then. Like I used to buy Moleskine journals. I mean, they're not Moleskine. They're like bootleg journals. And then buying some fine liner pens to also like do his sort of stuff. And it was like one of the, I guess, early artists that basically influenced me. I mean, even now I still love his style, and I think I would still continue. But I rarely see him these days. He rarely posts anyways. My pen is like bugging out and shit again. I think it's probably because of this. Every time I like navigate here, it just goes haywire. You guessed it, and so hot correctly. Hey, let's fucking go. I remember the guy in his art. He was big in DeviantArt, I think, back then. I think he's still big. But I think he's just doing comics right now. That's why I don't see him often. But I still love his art. And probably influenced me the most. I think I remember one time when I was like struggling in digital art, I just go back to like this guy. To help me sort my shit out. And it helped. Holy shit. I mean, that kind of applies to most stuff. You kind of look back into your roots, where it all started, the good old days. And I used to love his watercolor shit. I mean, it's digital. I think it's made in Cursive paint. And I used to like do that type of style. But I actually cannot remember the reason why I stopped doing that. But I just love the look of it. It's digital, but at the same time, it kind of feels like it just has the traditional vibe to it. But that's like really, really old works of mine. Like literally back in the days where I still use Clipsy, no, Paint Tools I. And I think almost every artist starts off with Clip Studio. With Paint Tools I keep mistaking the two. I mean, I actually started with Medibang. If we're gonna count the digital art that I made on my phone, does it even count? It's more like mixed medium, to be honest, because I sketch it out first and then color it on like Medibang on my phone. God, those days were like definitely something I would not go back to. Because I was just using a shitty stylus that I like picked up somewhere. I think I found it somewhere. I don't know where though. I think someone gave it to me, and then it wasn't even like a pointy tip like that type of stylus, which is common for phones and like tablets. It was this type of stylus. It was with the round one. It was fucking torture. It's basically drawing with the finger, but yeah. I can kind of see some of the influence in your work even now. The way you draw eyes. Yeah. I mean, my style probably changed a lot. It always changes. I never tend to stick to one. Like, I probably stick to one, and then in a few days, it'll be gone. I'll be trying out a new sort of thing. But I think that's alright. Sticking to one thing sticking to sort of various different things is kind of good for me. Because I kind of need it as an animator. Oh yeah, we also need to sketch out some effects, so we're kind of not done yet. But my mom is kind of like calling me for dinner now. Not sure if I'll make it. Let me try the speed run for you guys. Booze. Let me make that a little bit transparent so it doesn't cover the whole thing. His style also is like not so complicated, so it's really nice for to study as a beginner. But even then, it still looks good. Blood can spattering. This dinner sounds good. Meanwhile, I have a bone ketchup in the fridge. I think I also like I have a packet of like ketchup here. We kind of hoard ketchups here. It sounds weird. But yeah, every time we go to like a certain fast food restaurant like Jollibee or McDonald's, we just ask for like a fuck ton of like ketchup for them to give us. And then we'll just hoard it here in the house. I don't even know what we're gonna have for dinner. I actually didn't eat that much earlier this lunch. Anyways, let's go with like drawing the effects now. Sheesh. 4 hours for a sketch, let's go. That's so funny. I was only planning to to stream shortly today, but let's fucking go. 4 hours for a fucking sketch. We were chilling. It doesn't sound weird. We all hoard ketchups in other packets, alright? We don't hoard like mustard though. I still find mustard terrible. I'm sorry, mustard lovers, but it just tastes like Crayola to me. Like I remember tasting it for the first time and I'm like so confused. It probably doesn't taste too bad if you're eating something with it, because the first time I tasted it, it was just only mustard. Is inflation a thing over there? Over here, all the food prices are like double because of COVID. Oh yeah, it's not even because of COVID, I think. We're just experiencing like unlucky as shit. First we have the swine flu, which basically kills up the fucking pigs and pork industry here. Second is the bird flu, which basically killed off the chicken industry or the poultry industry. And the typhoon and earthquakes just shattered on farmers. It sucks. But yeah, inflation is like doubled here also. Like the fucking gas prices are like fucking ridiculous. Can you add more ketchup? I mean more than armor. Sure. I'm just not going erratic for it so much because I still need to draw the symbol here and there. And I'm like, my mom is like calling me up for dinner. And what we're eating is like nothing fancy, to be honest. It's either leftovers. Most of the shit we eat are like leftovers from yesterday or the last meal we got. It's a typical thing we tend to have. But yeah. That's how you know you're exhausted. 4 hours on the non-colored one. But yeah, I was just chatting with you guys. Also, I just do not want to be hyper focused on something today. Because I like walked through the city on like 40 degrees, man. That shit is hell. That ass. Even if you're like riding a tricycle or riding a jeep, the air coming at your fucking face, it's like being in the microwave. Like imagine a rocket being launched, except you're fucking in front of it. You're getting toasted as the vehicles go on. It was that bad, bro. And this city is known to be hot, by the way. But that's where we need to go in order to buy shit, use the bank and all that. Because our own fucking city is our own fucking town is shit. We have to go to different cities for all that sort of stuff. What about honey mustard? I have not tried that, I think. What about sweet and sour sauce? Sweet and sour? I mean, sweet and sour flavor is quite common here, surprisingly. Like, we love sour shit. Like, most of the meals here are like sour. Sweet? Yeah, maybe. But most of it is like salty. But yeah, we also like sweet shit. You guys do have a Costco in your area, right? No. No, we don't. We do not. Unfortunately, no. If we have to go to like a decent supermarket or whatever, we need to go to like in a different city or in a different town where they have fucking supermarkets. There's a small market, but come on. It's small. But this town, for some reason, can sell trucks, like big ass fucking vehicles. Vehicles that you would see on like construction and all that shit, and even delivering cargo stuff. You can buy that shit here. For some reason, you're more likely to buy that shit instead of like necessities. It took years to have like one fast food infrastructure here. It took years. Wait, your McDonald's don't have sweet and sour packets? I don't think we have. I don't think I recall. because all they give us is like barbecue sauce, ketchup, and that one turbo mustard. But that's only like that mustard was like only like a promo, so it wasn't like a permanent thing. But yeah, our location sucks. I mean, we live in like a province. What we're good at is like rice, I guess. We have rice fields here, a lot. But either way, it's still, yeah, it's just a boring town. And just the towns or like the most crackhead type of shit that you won't probably find. Like this town is more low key when it comes to stuff. It's not good. It's not great. It's not too terrible either. But with all the shit I've been describing, it's probably bad. You know, with all the shooting and shit. But compared to other town and cities, it's fine, mildly fine. It's basically a boring town. It's a basic and very mid town. I thought sweet and sour is in all McDonald's in the world. Damn. Really? Cause I have not heard of it. Man, is our McDonald's fucking shit? I might check out other branches though, because the branch that we have nearby is like a Jollibee branch. It's basically local McDonald's, a local version of McDonald's. I think they're also Jollibee on overseas, but I don't know if it's popular because Dash is really popular here because it's our local stuff. And yeah, and the mascot is like a much more friendlier version. A much more better version of Ronald McDonald. It's not a clown, it's a bee. It's a bee. That's it. It's a fat ass fucking bee. The most favorite thing I like to order from McDonald's is the sweet and sour sauce. I can't imagine living in the Philippines now. What kind of McDonald's that doesn't have a sweet and sour? LMAO, that sounds evil actually. I have no idea about this. Holy shit. I I've been out of the McDonald's meta apparently. McDonald's sweet and sour. I think I'm actually not sure if we have it or not. Holy shit, we don't. It's the green one. We don't. We only have like the barbecue. Or basically my mom just doesn't order any. Who knows? Damn. Is it because my mom only orders like the barbecue one? Holy fuck. I should ask next time I go to McDonald's or something. I should ask if they have the sweet and sour one. Because my mom typically orders the barbecue ones. She always asks for the barbecue ones. So I have zero fucking idea that they have other fucking flavors. Holy shit. I have been lied to. I have been missing out. I hate it. Now that you know, I live in the province. I thought all the McDonald's had sweet and sour when I went to visit my homeland, South Korea. They had sweet and sour. What the Philippine McDonald's serve rice as well? Yeah, we love fucking rice here. Not me. And once again, I mean most fast food restaurant here, most restaurant serves rice here. Even if you're the most fanciest uh restaurant ever there is, you probably serve rice. Because you have to. And my town is like known for the rice, so I don't know if we're the capital of like for rice. My actually my aunt is like living in the capital where onions are farmed and harvested. There you go. It's the central city of the onions. Your McDonald's sounds so alien to me. It's unholy. Pizza flavored fries? What is that? Really? I think that's the Shake Shake one. I did not try those. Like the only shit I ordered all the time on like McDonald's are like fries, regular fucking fries, and then a Coke float. You know, the Coke with sundae on top. Because I surprisingly love sugar and double diabetes. I used to love caramel sundaes, but I stopped because I have braces and sticky shit on like my fucking mouth is terrible. You'd be surprised of like mango pies and all that shit. Mac spaghetti. Yo, you guys don't have mac spaghetti? What? That shit is like the norm to us. Like you better have spaghetti or any sort of like pasta in your restaurant. At least. And spaghetti is like a huge fiesta food here. Like it's one of those things that it would be hilarious if the ice cream machine works in the Philippines McDonald's. Here they have it working in here. Bro, we have our own dedicated ice cream stand that is McDonald's. Bro, this is why I can't relate to like this ice cream machine is broken. Cause we have like stands dedicated for ice cream. That is McDonald's. I'm not sure if they're still working now. But yeah. There's like dedicated stands, ice cream stands. And if you tell me they don't have ice cream machines, then I'm logging for today. Now we have our own dedicated ice cream stands, man. Dedicated ice cream stands from McDonald's themselves. Deadass. But yeah, I always just buy the float. Either buy the float or a chocolate ice cream. When it comes to those stands. Yeah. We have like dedicated tiny stands. Tiny versions of those. Basically. And they just sell like, yeah, one of those ice creams, fries, and all that. What the fuck? A stand? Hell yes! Shrimp burger, dang it. I would have gotten that when I was in Korea. Shrimp is my favorite. I actually only like shrimp if they're a snack or an appetizer. Because my mom always uses it as a side dish, so I have to eat it with a rice. And I hate eating shrimp with a rice. Especially if the skin is not peeled off. Shell? Is it called a shell? could not remember. Jollibee is a Philippine restaurant chain. I had those, and my family hated it. I don't blame you, man. I got sick of it also. Like, I remember going back to Jollibee because there's no McDonald's here again. And their fries is so fucking salty. I much prefer McDonald's fries. Actually, their chicken burger is actually good. It's expensive, but it's good. And it has mustard on it. And I actually didn't mind the mustard. So, props for them for that. But other stuff on the menu, I don't like it. And their rice sucks. Their rice kind of sucks. I don't know. It might be a location thing, but sometimes for the most time, most of my time actually, the rice I get from them is the fucking worst. It's just a huge fucking block of rice. Hold on, does your McDonald's have a Big Mac? Cause I don't see it in this list. Yeah, I think we have Big Macs. We have regular ones, and then it kind of like stacks up, going to a Big Mac. But I don't eat that shit. I'm not really into burgers. Sometimes I am, sometimes I don't. Oh yeah, I think the only fast food restaurant that's not known for selling rice is Burger King. And people on Burger King are quite rare. That I barely see that restaurant getting full with people. And it's mainly because there's no rice. But I think because of it, when they're like first launching at the store, nobody came because of it's only burgers and there's no rice. And then I think they started selling rice, basically a rice meal, with chicken, of course, because chicken is like a must-have when it comes to restaurants. It's one of those can't go wrong type of meal. But yeah. I think Jollibee is loved for its like it's quite cheap here, so yeah. A lot of people enjoy it and the kids love it to fucking death. Because the mascot is just much more prettier. No, the mascot is just much more prettier than McDonald's, so the kids are like fucking raving about that shit. So it's more of like a fast food chain for the kids. It's quite known for that. But I think what they're like hyped about, what people are hyping Jollibee about is their pies. They basically have sort of like different type of flavored pies. I don't eat that shit because I don't eat pies. I know it sounds kind of blasphemous to some, but I don't eat it. What the heck is chicken McDo? Yeah. Every restaurant, almost every restaurant here has a meal, has a chicken meal. Basically a rice and then chicken. Almost every restaurant has it. Because almost every Filipino here loves fucking chicken. That's why I found it shocking that one of my friends is like allergic to fucking chicken or hates chicken. I'm like, bro, how the fuck do you eat? Because most of the restaurants only serve that shit. But yeah. But I actually love Burger King. I only like for I actually just want like the one burger, and also like their caramel sundae, which is kind of like can be found to any other restaurant. But I like their bacon, that bacon burger or something. Basically, it has bacon in it. Bacon barbecue, I think. Bacon barbecue, uh, bacon barbecue chicken, not chicken, just burger. And that shit was good. But nobody was eating there. Sometimes it gets full, but it only gets full because other restaurants is full. Burger King is kind of like low key here, or not that popular. I'm looking at the picture of Chicken McDo, and the rice looks sad. Every rice on restaurants looks sad. Like if you're gonna eat rice, you are so much better off with homemade rice. People here love fucking rice. I'm telling you. Like there's this dedicated restaurant. It's a local restaurant again, and it's known for its local foods. And it has unlimited rice. You can basically grab one meal and pay additional for the unlimited rice. So you, and I'm saying unlimited. As long as you have your side dish or your main dish, you can eat a whole tub of rice. As long as you have your main dish. How does your McDonald's keep up with the rice? Do you use a cheap rice that only requires to be microwaved? I hate the rice in every fast food restaurant. Period. They're all mushy. They're either super fucking mushy, like you can basically eat it as a whole, like as a fucking bun. It's that mushy. Or it's so flaky, it feels like I'm eating it raw. It's either between those two. There is no in between. It's either between these two, the both ends of the spectrum. And I rarely get a perfect rice. Like holy shit, I would rather eat rice at home. Bring the rice like you cooked at home instead. Dead ass. I'm crying. Did I ever tell you your art is so cool? Thanks, man. Chicken McDo really exists. I love Asians. Not to sound racist, but that's the most Asian thing I've ever seen. Yeah, people here just love rice. It's not even racist anymore. It's just an Asian thing. People here love rice. Period. They would die for it, and they would live the fucking out of it. But yeah, the restaurant I just mentioned that is like offering unlimited rice. It's like the favorite places, favorite place to go to of my classmates. They love that shit. They can eat fucking rice alone. They're that type of person. They're that type of people. Even one of my friends, holy shit, she would fucking eat rice as a snack. Bruh. Bruh. She would eat a snack and then she would crave for rice. I cannot relate with these people. It sounds absurd to me. Even to me. I could barely eat like a whole rice that my mom served me. And that's like a few. If you Google it, it's basically one drumstick in a bowl of rice. Yes. Bro, you could have seen the chicken fillet. The chicken fillet picture is a fucking lie. Because I always eat the chicken fillet. And that's the saddest shit I always tend to eat. It feels like eating a sponge. But I'm so lazy to eat like one drumstick of fucking chicken. Because it has bones, I have to like fucking pick the shit out of it. But yeah, the chicken fillet is much more sadder, my boy. The chicken fillet is much more worse. Like it's just a fucking plate of sadness. It's literally just like SpongeBob staring into your soul. A sad, dried up SpongeBob looking at you. Man. And chicken fillet is always like the shit I eat. And I can't believe I should give that shit up. Because it will never be better. It would always look sad. Like, I'm not kidding. It's just one. It's one sad piece of chicken fillet. It looks like a fucking sponge. It's small. It's also small. And there's like a fucking piece of rice in a huge ass fucking basket or plate. This is why I only order fries. Because that's the only shit that is worth. Do you guys have Yoshinoya? They give out a shit of rice in their bowls. That rice lasts 2 days for my family. Rice is life here, guys. When they say rice is life, they're not fucking kidding. They're not joking. But I still find it funny that my friend, that my one friend, still eats rice as a fucking snack. That shit is so funny to me. She would eat rice until she can fucking vomit. She would not stop. Like, she gets so fucking full, but yet she's still craving it. I can't, bro. I cannot. LMAO, the ads are always lying. Yeah, the ads are like really juicy, really plump and big. But when it gets to you, in reality, it's dry as fuck. It's literally a fucking sponge when you chew on it. The chicken fillet is so fucking golden, man. It's always like so fucking funny to me. A dead ass, a happy meal. It looks sad, but it's so funny that you just can't help but laugh. This is why people would tend to go with like the actual chicken. Because the chicken fillet is just so bad. I can't eat rice without meat. I mean, same. For fuck's sake. Like, she would just eat a snack, and she would just go like, I actually want rice with this. I'm like, how? How do you go with this fucking logic? And I just cannot fathom. I just cannot believe my eyes. Maybe I'm not Asian. Maybe I don't like rice that much. Oh man. Okay, it's like 6:30 now and I have to end the stream. I actually have to eat now. And it's funny, we're like in the discussion of like rice. May have to end the stream. And my ass is like planted on the fucking chair. I need to stretch out. And I think my mom is already doing the dishes. Anyways, good stream, good stream. 5 hours for a fucking sketch. And it's not even done, by the way. But yeah, that's when you know I'm kind of exhausted and just want to chat. I'm looking at the ad and it doesn't even look like a McDonald's big. The ads are a fucking lie. Like, the ads are just literally a fucking scam. Dead ass. Unfortunately, man, it doesn't even feel like it's dinner time because I ate shawarma. But yeah, but hopefully I can stream again next time. But that's all it for today. Anyways, guys, I'm gonna say goodbye now and actually eat dinner. The chicken makes it look like man, I am gonna go crazy if our dinner is chicken and rice. Like, what a fucking coincidence. I am going to explode. But anyways, thank you guys for joining me, and hope you guys enjoyed the stream. See ya.